Chair, staff is ready.
Okay, good evening, everyone. I'm going to open our Pontiac Planning Commission meeting for Wednesday, April 3rd of 2024. And while I'm opening this meeting, I would like to introduce our players for your reference tonight. On my far left, we have Corey Christensen. He's our senior planner. Next to him is Mark Yandrick, who is our planning manager. Then we have our planning commissioner, Vernita Duval. Next to me is Commissioner Tim Shepard. To my immediate right is Vice Chair Sam Henley. Next to him is Commissioner Christopher Northcross, and next to Mr. Northcross is Commissioner Sue Sinclair. On the far end down there, we have our attorney, Morgan McAtamey, and we are ready for roll call.
Commissioner Henley?
Present.
Commissioner Sinclair?
Present.
Commissioner Northcross?
Present.
Commissioner Shepard?
Present.
Commissioner Duval? Present. Commissioner Parlov?
Present, and I am Mona Parlov, the chair. Do we have any official communications this evening?
At a staff level, we did want to take this as an opportunity for the public just to explain, and I'll let our attorney, Morgan McAtamey, just kind of explain. We have a public hearing scheduled for tonight, and that process is on the agenda. But we do have an item that is not an advertised public hearing, and I think Morgan can explain if anyone wants to speak on that when they can.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, so there are two types of times when residents or anyone in the audience can come up to the podium and speak tonight. The first is a public hearing. A public hearing is specifically to address a matter that is before the Planning Commission. In this case, there is one public hearing tonight, and that is ZMA 24003, a zoning map amendment with regard to 94 Dwight Avenue, 104 Dwight Avenue, 95 Mark Avenue, and 196 Liberty Street. If you'd like to be heard with regard to that zoning map amendment, the time for you to approach the podium would be during public hearing. We also have a public comment on the agenda this evening. If you would like to be heard about anything else, whether on the agenda or off the agenda, that is the time for you to approach the podium. So if you want to speak about 94 Dwight, the time would be during public hearing, though you can also speak about it after the public hearing is closed during public comment. Anything else you want to talk about would be appropriate during public comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next item are amendments to the agenda. Are there any this evening?
We do not have any at a staff level.
Okay, so I need an approval of the agenda, please, a motion.
So moved.
Support.
Support.
Thank you. Roll call on that?
Commissioner Duval?
Move to support.
Commissioner McGinnis?
Pass.
Commissioner Shepard?
Yes to approve. Yes to approve.
Commissioner Sinclair?
Yes to approve.
Commissioner Henley?
Yes to approve.
Commissioner Parlov?
Yes to approve, and I would like to welcome Commissioner Michael McGinnis. Thank you for joining us this evening. Next on our agenda, we have our meeting minutes for review from March 6th of 2024. Vernita, any items that you wanted to address?
No, it's fine. Thank
you.
It's fine, thank you.
None, thank you.
Tim?
No changes.
Thank you. Sam?
No comments.
Thank you. Christopher?
No comments.
And Sue?
No changes.
Nor do I have any changes. So I would like to have a motion to have the meeting's minutes recorded.
So moved by McGinnis.
Second?
Thank you. Roll call.
Commissioner Northcross,
Yes to approve.
Commissioner Shepard,
Yes to approve.
Yes to
Commissioner-
approve?
Commissioner Shepard. Sorry. Sorry. Commissioner McGinnis,
Yes to approve.
Commissioner Duval, Commissioner
Yes
Henley,
to approve.
Yes to approve.
Commissioner Parlow.
Yes to approve. Our next item on the agenda, we are going to be doing a closed session. We need to have a motion to go into a closed session this evening. Did you want to touch on that before we do that, our attorney? In fact, no? Okay. I need a motion, please.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I move to go into closed session to discuss a confidential legal opinion in accordance with MCL 15.268 subsection 1 subsection H.
Thank you. Support anywhere?
Support.
Thank you. Roll call?
Commissioner Henley,
Yes to approve.
Commissioner Duval,
Yes to approve?
Commissioner Sinclair,
Yes to approve?
Commissioner McGinnis,
Yes to approve.
Commissioner Northcross,
Yes to approve.
Commissioner Shepard,
Yes to approve.
Commissioner Parlow.
Yes to approve. All
And
right,
for
we will
those
get-
waiting in the audience, we will be out as soon as closed session is over, so we thank you for waiting patiently. So we don't have a time frame, but we'll move as quick as we can, so. Yeah. Yeah.
It's a flannel night.
Yeah.
You got your flannel on, and so do I.
Great minds think alike.
That's right.
That's what it is.
Well, actually, I do.
I love that. Very colorful.
Good for spring.
you.
I can't believe you didn't wear sage green like the rest of the team.
Well, he changed it at 6 p.m.
I don't have an extra. Should we?
Paul from the back can make some copies. And do you mind bringing up, I don't know how many we need, probably about.
Show of hands if you needed an agenda copy.
Yep, perfect. Give us a couple minutes, I'll be right up. Thank you.
All right, we are back. Thank you for your patience. Our first item this evening is a public hearing.
Did we move to reopen or
I
come
move
back
to
from
come
closed?
out of closed session.
Roll call on that? Sure.
Yes to approve.
Who was the second? Northcross. All right, Commissioner Duval? Yes to approve. Commissioner McGinnis?
Yes.
Commissioner Henley?
Yes to approve.
Commissioner Sinclair?
Yes.
Commissioner Northcross?
Yes to approve.
Commissioner Shepard?
Yes to approve.
Commissioner Parlov?
Yes to approve. Thank you very much. So we are
We
going to.
came out of closed session at 6:48 PM, for the record.
Thank you. We are going to have our only public hearing this evening, which is the application ZMA 24-003. Applicant Manhal Huir. It's a zoning map amendment for the property addresses of 94 Dwight Avenue, 104 Dwight Avenue, 95 Mark Avenue, and 196 Liberty Street. I will let staff go ahead and.
And let me start. So, Chair, something that occurred for this property is the City Council passed on January 3rd of this year a public hearing ordinance.
Okay.
City staff did send the applicant the information to post the public sign as part of that ordinance. They have posted the sign, but it was not posted in advance enough, and so they do not meet the requirements. As part of this process, we're checking to see if our ordinance, was it officially adopted, was it posted? That's why that communication has not been sent previously. So we are willing at a staff level to go through the presentation. I know some people are here for this, to have a public hearing, but as part of this, this item will need to be tabled and there will be a public hearing at the May meeting, so.
Okay, so ultimately, if people would like to speak because they came this evening, they may do so, but ultimately, they can speak again at the next meeting when this is back on the agenda.
They could do it tonight or they could do it at next month's meeting as well.
Okay, very good. Thank you for that clarification. Do you want to go ahead, Corey? Thank you.
All right, so tonight we're here for ZMA 24-003. This is a rezoning of 4 parcels. The addresses are 94 and 104 Dwight, 95 Mark, and 196 Liberty. The applicant is requesting to rezone 94 and 104 Dwight from R2, which is 2-family, to R3, which is multifamily. They're requesting to rezone 95 Mark Ave from R2, 2-family, to P1 parking, and rezone 196 Liberty from R1 1-family to P1 parking. This is an outline of the process. First, they have to have a public hearing before the Planning Commission. Then they have to go to City Council. Whether or not the Planning Commission recommends approval, they still go to City Council for 2 readings. And at the second reading, City Council makes the final decision. This gives you an idea of where the property sits within the zoning map. It is outlined. Oh, sorry, my pointer's not working. There we go. All right, so these parcels here are outlined in red. So you can see the neighborhood itself is split down the middle of Liberty Street. Generally, the parcels to the south in this area are R2. Most parcels in the area are R1, that's that lighter yellow. This kind of green mint color, this is R3, multiple family. And so there are three contiguous, sorry, I'm so shaky. There are three contiguous parcels here they're proposing to rezone. And then there's one parcel sitting off to the north on the other side of Liberty Street. This gives you an idea of where the property sits within an aerial of the area. You can see it's an existing multifamily structure. It is a little unusual. It's already been built. It was built in 1930, kind of sitting in this single family / two-family neighborhood. The property, however, has been existing for quite some time, and I believe it's been sitting vacant now for some time. The applicant is interested in rehabilitating the property. This is a view of the property as it existed in October 2021. This is looking east from Dwight Avenue. You can see it was a gorgeous building when it was, kept up. It needs a lot of care, and it's rather large. But you can see it fits in well with the neighborhood. You have single-family homes over here and single families to the rear. This is a view of the property. This is on Liberty Street looking south across Liberty Street. Yeah, you can see it's a large building again. It needs a lot of help. And then lastly, this is a view from Liberty Street looking north at the proposed area for parking. As part of the applicant, since the applicant wants to rehabilitate this structure and turn it into multifamily, when he does so, he is required to come into compliance with all the current zoning rules, including those rules for the number of parking spaces that are required. Because of this, he has to branch out from the property that the building currently sits on and look at alternative other parcels where he can offer the required number of parking spaces. So that's the need for this P1 requested parcel to the north of Liberty Street. As an overview of the request, these parcels, like most parcels in the area, are zoned residential. All parcels are contiguous except for 196 Liberty Street, which is across the street to the north of the apartment building. Despite being zoned R2 two-family, 94 Dwight and 104 Dwight have been used for multifamily residential since at least 1930, which is the year this structure was built. 95 Mark and 196 Liberty are vacant parcels, and the applicant is requesting these rezonings to allow for a future site plan renovation and reopening of the apartment building in 94 Dwight. To comply with the current parking requirements, the applicant needs additional parcels to meet the parking minimums. So because it's a little complicated, there's a few more moving parts than is typical for a rezoning. I kind of lined it up here. So you can see the existing zoning. We got R2 to the south of Liberty, R1 to the north. This is what it would look like if the rezoning was approved. We would have these two R3 multifamily parcels here. This large one is where the multifamily structure currently sits. This parcel here is the existing parking for that structure. And then these deeper blue are where the applicant is looking to build additional parking to service the apartment building. So we've seen this slide several times now with multiple rezonings we've worked with over the last year, but I will still go through it. So the R3 zoning district is intended to provide a suitable residential environment for families living in single-family, two-family, townhouse, and/or multifamily dwellings. The uses permitted by right are mostly residential, so permitted by right, which means it wouldn't require any planning commission approval. The applicant could do in an R3 district multiple family, single family, state licensed residential facilities for 6 or fewer clients, townhouses, two-family dwellings, community center buildings, parks or recreation, urban ag, or a community garden. The use is permitted by special exception, which means that it would have to be approved by this body before the applicant could, in fact, operate as such, include a mixed-use building, boarding or lodging houses, state-licensed residential facilities, unlicensed residential facilities, banks, bakeries, childcare centers, galleries, bed and breakfast, learning centers, offices, personal service establishments, places of assembly for 50 or less persons. That means like a banquet hall for less than 50 people. Restaurants, indoor retail sales that is smaller than 5,000 square feet, assisted living, cemetery, community service, nursing homes, private clubs, religious institutions, schools, small outdoor recreation, mobile food vendors, or a wireless tower. The P1 district is much more restrictive. The only use that's actually permitted there is parking. However, there are several requirements that have to be met. The parking area shall be accessory to and for use in connection with one or more businesses or establishments. In this case, it would be the actual apartment building. The parking area shall be used for parking or passenger vehicles. No commercial repair work or service of any kind, sale or display shall be conducted, and no signs of any kind other than signs designating entrances, exits, and conditions of use shall be permitted. So there are 10 standards with which the Planning Commission must base their decision on. And so I'll read through them. Number 1, consistency with the goals, policies, and objectives of the master plan. 2, compatibility of the site's environmental features. 3, evidence the applicant cannot receive a reasonable return on investment under the current zoning. 4, compatibility of all potential uses with surrounding uses. 5, the capacity of the city's utility and services. 6, the capability of the street system. 7, the boundaries of the requested rezoning district are reasonable. 8, the requested zoning district is considered to be more appropriate. 9, rezoning the land is considered to be more appropriate than amending the list of permitted uses. And 10, rezoning will not create an isolated or incompatible zone. So with that, staff's analysis of these standards, we feel that the master plan's future land use map classifies the subject property as traditional neighborhood. Approval of this rezoning will comply with that standard. The structure would have to be demolished and rebuilt as a duplex in order to remain compliant with the current zoning. This is cost prohibitive. 3, the R3 district does introduce some new uses, such as boarding houses and mixed-use buildings, but these require special exception permits, which gives the Planning Commission a level of control over how the site develops if the applicant seeks to go outside that apartment use. The R3 zoning district was selected because it represents the least change necessary to permit multifamily residential. P1 was selected to allow for parking, but without introducing new high-intensity uses were not appropriate. And then lastly, there are R3 zoned parcels nearby within this existing neighborhood. I'll go back just to highlight some of those. You can see just one block over. There's an entire row of R3. And with that, staff recommends approval of the rezoning, actually recommending approval of the rezoning with any potential conditions supplied by the applicant. At this time, no such conditions have been supplied. And then with that, I have a sample motion.
Thank you very much. What I think I will do, well, with the anticipation that we're probably going to need to come back and revisit this, do my fellow commissioners have any quick questions for Nita before we?
Is the owner of the building here? Yeah. How long have you owned the building?
You know what we'll do is we'll have him come up to the podium.
Yeah, okay.
Would you please state your name and address for the record? And when you get to the podium, if the microphone is not on, it's the picture of the little person. Press that down and it will illuminate. Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Manhal Hawaiier, 40475.
Can you come up to the microphone? We can't hear you.
Manhal Hawaiier, 40475 Linwood Street, West Bloomfield, Michigan.
Thank you. Go ahead, Bernita.
So my question was, how long have you owned this property?
4 years.
4?
Correct.
And so it's been in that condition the whole 4 years?
No. It was actually worse than what it looks like now. We actually.
I can imagine it being worse. I know that building very well. Okay, that's all I got.
Thank you.
And may I add just something procedurally for this? There is a rehab agreement that the applicant has recently entered in with the city. They have secured the first floor, and we're actually working with him to secure the second floor.
Okay.
I know when you go by the property, you have these open windows, but really we're just trying to get the property owner to secure it until this development goes forward. The applicant has done a lot to this point to get acquisition of the properties and go through the process, and they would have a future site plan process as well.
Okay.
So,
Thank you for that. Any questions, Michael?
Good evening. How many square feet is the property?
I believe it's like 30,000 square feet.
30,000 square feet and
24,000.
24,000 square feet. Thank you. And how many units are proposed?
31 units.
31 units. And what is the square feet to staff for the applicant of the primary parcel in question, the chunk of land that the building sits on?
I don't have that information in front of me.
It's probably 3/4 of an acre. It's not very big.
Less than an acre. And then adding the parking parcels might get it close to the acre.
It's about an acre, yeah.
Acre in total. Is the intention, and will this be in the rehabilitation agreement or some other action? Would it be a condition of our approval for the combining of parcels so that way they stay sort of tethered together versus losing that parking to make sure that there's adequate parking for future residents.
And we would be able to do that at the site plan level, but only the applicant can do that for a zoning map amendment. So, and we could definitely discuss that over the next month to see if they're willing to offer that condition at the rezoning level.
But so that would be an option at site plan. It doesn't necessarily need to be.
Correct.
The
Correct.
business side of it doesn't need to be handled at rezoning per se. My father used to live at this intersection of Dwight and Liberty, the vacant lot next to the vacant lot that you're considering for parking when he was working at Pontiac General Hospital. I've been by this building a lot over the years, in part with him, you know, when he wants to reminisce. What an asset to our community that we have such beautiful, unique architectural and housing. It's really unfortunate that residents have had to endure it being in a blighted condition. I feel your pain. I live across from a very large empty school that's been empty for decades, and it really takes down the neighborhood. So this repurposing and this reuse, I think it fills a lot of need in terms of healing and restoring the neighborhood. And I know there's other buildings in the vicinity that also, you know, as you go back out further and further blocks, that would also benefit. But this is a big one. This is a big boy. So it would have a very transformative, positive impact. But also it would provide housing options, which I think we can all recognize in America, but including in Pontiac and Metro Detroit, we need more housing supply. So I'm pleased that you're pursuing this, that you're considering this as an addition to your book of business. Do you have existing residential properties already in your portfolio?
Yes, I do.
And are they multifamily or is it single family? What's the usual scoop?
They're small multi, 5 units, 6 units, stuff in that nature. Then also we're working on, we're working on 50 in Wayne. We just got approved. We're about to start construction on that as well in downtown Pontiac.
Is that the former Consumers Energy building and then later United Way building?
That is correct.
Oh, fantastic. Just out of curiosity, and that's not germane here, but how many units is that building?
After all said and done, it should be 38 units.
Wow, okay. Well, that would also be amazing. So thank you very much for illuminating us, although I'll set that aside with any consideration here. Just for the sake of time, I'll leave it at that, but I just want to get my bearings about how big we're talking. Obviously, we have very strong code requirements in our city. And with the code enforcement manager, I saw him darken the doorstep of the meeting here. So, and I'm glad to hear the planning is working. We obviously want to make sure that all property, vacant or active, is adhering to the city's code, and we've invested a lot in that. So we welcome your partnership in making sure that everything is secured, everything is free of debris, and that includes also in a future construction project. We want it to be a continuing positive addition to the neighborhood, not a bummer. And so I think you could respect that too. You wouldn't want that for the proximity of where you live as well. So thank you very much for bringing this consideration, bringing this project for consideration by the city as a whole and the Planning Commission at this stage, because we need more of our buildings that are dormant to be reactivated. Absolutely. Those that were existing residential that have fallen off the active roles, but then as you've mentioned, other projects where it's repurposing buildings that are no longer needed for offices, for commercial purposes. They're very ripe for residential, and I'm glad that the city is seeing more activity on that front. So I'll leave those questions there.
Thank you, Michael. Bernita had another question. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. My question was, is this affordable housing?
It's going to be mixed, yeah.
Mixed use.
Mixed use? Okay. And then you're not probably prepared, and we're going to have another formal planning session coming up, but I would love to see some renderings of the building outside, and external and internal. Okay. That's something I would look forward to.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you, Bernita. Tim, anything for our petitioner?
No, I'll hold my comments for now.
Thank you. Sue?
I do have a question. You want to put parking in the middle of a block. Did you approach the owner of 200 Liberty to purchase the lot adjacent to yours that is currently vacant, which would make a lot more sense to me for parking requirements?
Which one would it be?
I'm sorry, say it again?
200 is I believe it's the one at the intersection of Liberty and Dwight Avenue on the northeast corner.
Right on the corner to the west of the
the
lot that you
the
own
corner, we
on.
did not.
They actually have like those nice apple trees and stuff. We just thought.
We just did not see it. Actually, the way we got these properties were up for auction at one point. So we just felt it was the right thing to do to purchase them from auction to add to the property for parking because it wasn't too far. The property you're actually talking about never crossed my mind because I felt that someone owned it and they had some use because they're planting some stuff there,
Like, I think
trees.
apple trees or something.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We thought that would look better.
I suggest for
And
the,
honestly, at first, we did not think we needed those parking spots because with the old administration, we've been at this for 4 years. And things have changed with the new administration, I understand, but things were different back when we first purchased this property to start the project.
understand.
So over time, things have been changing, and we're trying to meet the criteria the best way we can.
I drove by it this weekend, and I looked at the Google Maps in October of 2021, and it is now 2024. And I heard that you were supposed to board up the building from Mayor Grimel. And when I see it this weekend, I don't see any change from 2021 to 2024. And to rezone a parcel in the middle of a block adjacent to 2 homes, are you even sure that this meets our codes for access onto Mark? I think it would be in your best interest.
You lost your microphone.
Pursue some further research. Those are my comments at this time.
Thank you, Sue. Go ahead.
I might have some context that might be illuminating in terms of the city's perspective. It did come before city council. Some of those parcels on the adjacent, sort of the eastern street were owned by the city. And so the city, the administration brought that to city council to resolve or reconcile whatever that parking deficiency was. And that was, a public hearing was held, and that was approved by the city council. So the administration did bring that for consideration. So I would hope that they would have considered whether that had that sort of ingress or egress, it satisfied those city requirements, so they'll defer to planning. I just wanted to flag that, that was a recent action of the city council in anticipation of this future project. And it did involve a development agreement, some engagement from the property owners of what would be required.
That's why I'm making these pointed questions. This is, from the research that I did, this is a 40-foot wide lot. Parking spot is anywhere from 18 to 20 feet deep. And there's requirements between P1 and R1, R2. And there's also clear distances at the sidewalk that I'm concerned that we're considering this for a rezone to P1 when it won't meet code. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Sue. To staff, is that something that we should be mindful of before this moves forward as well?
I think those are fair points, but I believe that the applicant's option, if proceeding with this property, is not straight-in parking. It is angled one-way parking. And that's where you don't necessarily need the 40 feet and can meet the code requirements for the buffer yard between the adjacent residential properties.
But does it meet the 10-foot clear triangle on either side of the drive?
Yeah. We will be able to address that. I mean, there's nothing to preclude putting in parking and leaving that extra distance to meet that clear vision requirement. We've seen a concept plan, but we will review that further at a site plan level.
Okay, I just have a problem with angled parking right next to a residential home.
Okay.
And that's, what is the buffer between P1 and the property to the north?
Yeah.
I believe it's R2.
Give me 30 seconds.
You don't have the same considerations on the lot on Liberty because you've got the parking angled a different direction, but it makes much more sense to procure the lot on the corner versus the lot on Mark. And those,
It would be a type A buffer, so 4.5 to 6 foot wall and/or a 10-foot landscaped buffer.
But in this case, would have to be a wall.
Yeah, it would have to be a wall.
Yeah.
That's what we're planning on
Okay.
doing, is a wall.
thank you.
Thank you, Sue. Christopher, anything?
Again, that is a wonderful building architecturally. A challenge, though. You've had it 4 years?
4 years, yes.
Okay. Have there been any tickets issued in terms of debris around the building?
We've
Anything about? I think we heard something that you're in the process of securing the first floor.
So originally, I was told anything under 8 feet needs to be secured, and that's what I've done over the years. It was just brought to my attention about 2 weeks ago that the rest of the building needs to be boarded up. But then I was also told to hold on because they were going to double check, which it was the code enforcer. I'm not sure who I spoke to on the phone at the time. I forgot the name. But since then, we've also have demoed the whole entire building. We prepared it for repairs. All the repairs have completed in that building. The only thing that's left basically now is construction to start. And we've been waiting just for approvals for 4 years.
Okay. And now, in the what do we call it? Redevelopment agreement. Is there a timetable issue? Do you have a timeline from this date forward to being completed?
Depending on approvals, so we can start, but it'll take us about 1.5 years to complete the project.
Excellent. Yeah.
And Commissioner Northcross, we can, I believe there is a timeline, and we can share that at next month's public hearing.
Okay. And, yeah, I was also concerned about some brush and other things that were on the side of the building. Just
It should be
wondering.
all completed. There's absolutely nothing that's been taken care of in the last couple of weeks since we were called by the inspector.
So that's something that you're going to take care of.
It's already been taken care of.
Yeah, there were some people that.
Drove by today, and there was
somebody
still a
was
lot there. Also, some things out front.
I'll double check, but I had all the trees, everything cut just about 2 weeks ago.
Good. Okay. Okay. Well, we'll be coming back to this, and maybe it's best to head on to the public comment. I have no other questions.
Thank you. Go
At this
ahead.
point.
Sam, please.
Yeah, I have a question for legal counsel. Are there definitive criteria for spot zoning that you can share with us?
Not necessarily. Spot zoning occurs when a parcel of property is zoned completely different than all of the surrounding parcels of property. It really is a fact-based question. It's not necessarily a legal question.
Okay. I'll save my final comments to the end.
Thank you very much. A question about the building as it stands. How many apartments were in there? Is it the same amount you're going to,
Originally, it was
End up with-
29 units.
so you're expanding it a little bit more?
Yeah, just we're able to fit a couple by removing a couple of the laundry room, stuff of that nature, because with the development that we're going to be doing, every apartment's going to have its own laundry room.
Oh,
So
okay.
they don't need to actually have, and in their own, yeah, they don't need a laundry unit in the basement or anything. Just every unit is going to have its own laundry.
And how large are the units going to be square footage-wise?
The original square footage, actually, we were able to keep everything as it was, and they're about 700 down to 500 square feet average.
Okay. And for
Per
staff,
unit.
that meets our minimums for square footages?
I think your minimum's 350.
It is? Are we as small as that? I don't remember that number.
350 or 400, yeah.
Yeah,
I
something.
believe it's 600.
For the apartment. For all the back and forth we went around with for Mr. Byerly, Dr. Byerly.
Can we answer that question for just next month's staff report,
Yes,
next month's
of
meeting?
course.
I think that'd be more appropriate.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Okay, I am then going to ask our petitioners to step back from the podium for a few minutes. I'm going to open up public comment. And when we do public comment, we ask that you approach the podium, state your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to state whatever you would like to state. If we're hearing a question that you have, we'll take down that information and get back with the petitioner about it. And once you are done speaking and you sit down, you cannot talk from the audience again. That applies to when public comment is over. I will gavel public comment closed. So we ask that you be respectful and please not speak out from the audience. I know there's a lot of interest, and we're very glad that you're here to talk about this with us. So I'm going to open public comment. Again, public hearing, and you'll have 3 minutes
No,
to...
this is public comment. Public hearing, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry.
Public hearing, I know, it's a technical term. Yes, and then if you can not repeat your questions, if you're asking the same question, we already heard it the first time when your other neighbor came up and spoke. So I'm opening public hearing.
My name is Mary Elbradas. I live at 9496 Mark, and I own the property, which is my yard, at 98 Mark. I don't object to the building because it will be something that's good for the city. My objection is I will be looking out of my front window looking at a parking area. That's a very slim lot. It makes no sense to put a parking area in a space that small. It really doesn't. The second objection, this is a very, very high-intense children area. Kids play in the street because it's a one-way street. It just needs to be an alternative to where you put the parking, not in that area. It's not conducive.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Chuck Johnson, 21 North Paddock Road. I have two questions. Number one, does this property come under that they want to rezone the lots? Does it come under the Historical Society purview? And number two, has this property been taken off the condemnation and demolition order that it was on? I think it's very important that we know if the demolition order may very well be still in order. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chuck.
Good evening, Coleman Yoakum, 29 Waldo. I also own the Sprout store at the end of Dwight Street. A couple of things. I don't know. I know that this is a large parcel, a lot of units there. I know that we also vacated the alley in the back some time ago and kind of ceded that property to this building as well. I haven't heard a couple of things. I haven't heard how short are we on parking on that lot that we need to add 2 more lots? Because when I drive by, it looks pretty large, pretty robust. It looks like there's a lot of available space there for parking. How short are we that we need to add 2 really small lots to hit the number? And is it prohibitive? Is it so many that we can't cede some of that to street parking? Because that building has been empty for a long time, and that stretch of road right there in front of that building is often vacant where there is allowable street parking. The other thing that I don't like the way that this has read is that it is a coupling of all 3 of these things. Of course, it makes sense to rezone this building from R2 to R3. That makes sense. And I don't think that anybody here is questioning that. I think what we are questioning is the pockmarking of parking lots in the neighborhood. And we've sort of coupled all 3 of those things together, and I think I would like to split those out into different conversations. And finally, to the owners, it's a beautiful building. It's a great building. I'm glad someone's doing something with it. We were really excited 4 years ago when someone bought it and work started happening in that building. We're like, yes, it's coming. And then it has stalled a little bit. And I will say, as somebody who lives in this neighborhood and works in this neighborhood and does a lot in this neighborhood, the neighborhood loves to show up and support good neighbors. And I feel like for the past couple of years, we have felt like you haven't been great neighbors. It's been overgrown, it's been open, it's been a little nasty looking, and that I think that there might be better vibes in this room had we felt like you did a better job over the past couple of years. We're excited to have you. We're excited for the building to be there. We're excited for it to be occupied again. We just look forward to a better future as better neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you, Coleman.
My name is Justin Call. I live on Mark Avenue. I think I'm with many of the people in my neighborhood. I've talked to a few other people, Hubert and those guys. We do not like the idea of a parking lot being down in the middle of a residential area. It's just kind of out of place, especially on a one-way street going, I think, west. South. That's our big concern. We also have outdated, like DTE just came through and put in another pole. Those poles are right in front of there. They're about to fall over. Hopefully, I don't know who takes care of that when the residential goes away, but now we kind of got like half poles and full poles right next to them. So the street's already starting to hurt a little bit.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tori McNaughton. I live at 190 Liberty. I live right next to the 196 lot that we want to make into a parking lot. My problem with that is, one, I live next door. It is right adjacent to my driveway, and I do not want to live next to a parking lot. It would be too much noise, too much disruption. The lot itself is a much more shallow lot than any of the lots. Us people on Liberty kind of got ripped off on our yards, but it's too small. And I also have a problem with, I actually tried to acquire the lot. I was outbid on that lot, which I understand, but, and I have a few questions with securing this address. How do you make, if this is going to be a parking lot for the apartment, every parcel has an address. So how does that become part of the apartment address when it is across the street? So I'm contesting all of that. I'm also contesting because it is such a busy street. It's very active already. So even with parking, it's too much. We just got speed bumps, which I want to thank whoever was in charge of that. Thank you for slowing the traffic down. That's lovely. But it's just everything about it. To go to a P1 zone, that's the highest parking that you can have. That's so much traffic. And I'm totally against it. I think it's a really bad idea. I am a homeowner. I've been there since 1997, raised my family there, plan on retiring there. And I love my area. And I like that the apartment is quiet now. It is not secured. It has not been secured. There are constantly people in there. You actually showed a picture of my house. And I've been looking at this apartment building since 1997, and it's gotten bad. The only time I see any action over there is when the city is going to come out there, and it's terrible. There is brush everywhere. I pick up, and the neighbors pick up the garbage all down Liberty. The other Wednesday, when we had the city come out, they had cut down and tried to take care of some of that brush, which it's still there. But Manny, you just walked right by the TV somebody had set out there, and just walked by it. The city inspector came, you just drove off. I had to have two neighbors help me drag this TV over to the street because it was garbage day. It's like, I don't see the care that I feel should be going into this apartment building.
You're at your time.
Thank you.
Thank you
I
very
appreciate
much. Thank you.
Good afternoon, good evening, I should say. My name is Darlene Clark. I live at 506 Nebraska. I do have family and friends in that district on Liberty and Mark Street. But my concern is this. I welcome improvement that the planning is trying to do with the city of Pontiac for the buildings that's been sitting for such a long time. But let's take Chicago, Illinois in their neighborhoods, for example. You're bringing these investors in and allowing them to overbid and take these properties within a residential neighborhood. What's going to happen since you're bringing in different living conditions that the people that are accustomed to being there? the young with the old and vice versa, call it whatever you want, because that's not what I really want to say, but I'm being polite. You're going to have a lot of disruption. But my main concern is that you're opening up the doors for other investors to do exactly what this investor is doing. He's taken an empty lot that's not even qualified, that's too small to even have a parking lot. And you're going to open it up for other contractors who got their trucks and things in the yard. They want to buy on another empty lot on a 40 by 40. They're going to combine their lots. And guess what? You're going to have commercial trucks on those lots. You're going to have all kind of people parking on these lots. Pontiac has a problem today. You got people who's renting these properties, parking 2 and 3 and 4 cars on the line. What you're going to do, he's going to put a wall up. That wall is going to get graffiti on there. It's going to be written on there from the apartment. The actions of his consequences of building that building, let him build what he bought. Don't add any more, because if it didn't work in 1939 when it was built, it didn't work in 1950, 60, 70, 80, all the way up to today. 40 by 40 lot is not going to work. And let me tell you why. I have a 40 by 40 lot. There's nothing you can really do with it without infringing on the other neighbor. Putting a wall, and that wall, and Mr. Mark, with all due respect, and I think you're doing a very good job, that wall has a code criteria, am I right? It has to come within so many feet out. You're taken away from the land, am I right? And then it goes 6 feet high. You're leaving it where we're attracting more trouble then we are attracting goodness. It's not a low income. He said it's mixed. Today it's mixed. Tomorrow he sold it to somebody. It can be low income. But however you go, you're leaving the city of Pontiac, setting us up for failure to push out people who want to have families.
Thank you.
Hello. My name is Melanie Rutherford. I stay at 92 Augusta Avenue. I'm coming up here because we currently in the city of Pontiac have a housing shortage. We have people that simply can't afford to live in the city of Pontiac because there's no housing available. And so what I would ask for these developers to do is to try to do some more community engagement in regards to the parking so that we can have a happy medium. Because at the end of the day, if the community is not supportive of your project, then your project would not be successful. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you, Melanie. Is there anyone else who would like to share their thoughts? All right, I'm going to close public comment. Thank you, everyone who came and spoke. So what I will do is I will go to staff first. Do you want me to do that? And then
So
we can address
a
questions.
couple questions that I'd like to answer. Is it a historical property? This is not. So this does not have, this would go through Planning Commission for a site plan. This does not have to go through Historic District Review. There's no designation for this neighborhood. There's no designation for this property that I'm aware of. The second thing is, as part of a rehab agreement, it is still on the demo list until that rehab is completed. So while I would say it's a little different than without having a rehab agreement, it is still on that demo list of the city. One of the things with this rezoning, and I know this isn't a direct question, but I did want to address, is that the applicant has acquired these properties, and the one on Liberty was, the staff didn't even know they were acquiring. I guess, a bid came about. But they're looking to meet the parking requirements because when this was built, the size of cars were different sizes. You could put a parking lot in without zoning standards, and there is some challenges here. So they're doing their best effort to meet the requirements of the zoning code. Now, I will share to Planning Commission and the public, this isn't their only opportunity because they have an ability, like anyone, to apply for a variance to the ZBA. That would be a public hearing, to get an exception to the code. And that may be related to anything in the zoning code asking for a dimensional variance. Another thing, and we have seen this to Planning Commission, is there's something in our zoning code that allows the applicant to petition to Planning Commission a reduction in the parking. And that may help because if there's more community support to have the, future neighbors live on the property, that live on the property to park on the street, that is a avenue or tool that they would need special approval from Planning Commission. Not as part of this rezoning process, it would be a future site plan process. However, the applicant's requesting this rezoning right now to not have to go through another rezoning if they don't get that granted as part of a site plan process. And really just and I think that just addresses Mr. Yoakum's point, I think to ensure that there is proper parking for the number of bedrooms here, because he originally was looking at parking just on the site and it was not meeting the code. So he's putting a temp forward to meet our zoning requirements, so.
And if I may just add to that, there was a question about what the requirement is for parking. It's 1.1 parking spaces per bedroom.
And so that question was, how many are they short at this point?
Yeah, so without floor plans in front of me, I can't run that calculation.
Okay. Yep. Okay, thank you. I think what we should do then is, since we'd already, I think we should get a motion on the floor here.
And that would be the bottom motion up on the screen.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I move to postpone the requested rezoning of 94. I move to postpone the requested rezoning of 94 and 104 Dwight Avenue from R2 to R3, 95 Mark Avenue from R2 to P1, and 196 Liberty Street from R1 to P1 until the regularly scheduled May 1st, 2024 Planning Commission meeting. And Madam Attorney, would you like that motion to say, and the holding of another public hearing? Or is that necessary?
That would be helpful, yes.
And for an additional public hearing to be held in concurrent with that evening's meeting.
Very good.
I second.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Henley?
Yes to approve.
Commissioner Sinclair?
Yes to approve.
Commissioner McGinnis?
Yes to approve.
Commissioner Northcross?
Yes to approve.
Commissioner Duval?
Yes to approve.
Commissioner Shepard?
Yes to approve.
Commissioner Parlow?
Yes, to approve the postponement.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much.
And I just want to say thank you to those community members that came out to offer your perspective. This is helping inform the city's decision, and we welcome your continued feedback. Thank you for being a part of our community.
And we look forward to maybe seeing you next month. All right, the next item on our agenda is public comment. So public comment is going to follow the same format where we ask you to approach the podium and state your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to talk about anything that's been on our agenda this evening or maybe something that wasn't on our agenda. And we will listen to what you have to say. If there are questions that are asked, we'll do our best to maybe answer them if we can, but we are going to open public comment. So I'm starting that now. Please state your name and address for the record. And again, no discussions once you have been seated again after you've made public comment and we have closed public comment.
Good evening. My name is Robert Bass. I'm president of Citizen District Council located in District 1. We are here today to share our concerns along with the Neighborhood Association for District 1 about the continued annoyance with the noise that comes from the M1 campus and speak to the proposed development. We feel that at this time, this development proposal should not be permitted to move forward until some of our concerns are addressed, such as noise, lack of residential long-term employment, social equity and inclusion, and most of all, respecting the residents and understanding that the fact that M1 may own that piece of property. However, we own the city. This is our home, and we will not be treated like we are not the stakeholders in this city. We will not be treated like we do not have a profound interest in how we live. Now, I, most of all, know that this is about development. However, being the CDC president, it's incumbent upon me to impress upon y'all that the developers that come into Pontiac need to understand that they bought into our home. They need to treat us with the same respect we treat them, whether it be business or owning a house. If we treat you with respect and let you live, make your money, go home, do whatever, we should be able to live in our community without having to endure a lot of unnecessary noise or distractions in our lives. And if we bring it to you, if you have the decency to call us to the table and see what we can work out, that's all we could ask for. But to get us in a meeting and then treat us like we're nothing. And this has been going on for several years. I've been back out ever since 2015, and I've been dealing with M1 ever since then, especially about the noise, because it's not only in our district, it's all over. District 7, District 4, it's several, it proliferates the airwaves to over other districts. Now, we're not asking you to spend a whole lot of money for no apparent reason. We're just asking you to come to the table and sit down with us and find some solution that stops these formula cars from coming and eliminating all that noise. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Bass.
Hi, I'm reading for Marcia Rogers, who's at 475 Fieldview. She had an emergency, so she had to attend. So she wanted me to read this to you guys. M1 is our neighbor. The revenue and popularity of M1 course has its contributions, but its noise is 70 above, which have violated noise ordinance. This is harming our residents' well-being. Please consider that being a good neighbor involves operating business with respect for those babies and individuals who need sleep, rest, and prepare for work. The ability to heal from illness. M1 admitted having 100 decibels above the ordinance. Exposure to loud sounds puts millions of people in the United States and across the globe at risk of hearing loss and several prevalent health effects, including ischemic heart disease, thank you, stroke, hypertension, injuries, anxiety, sleep disruption, stress, and cognitive impairments. Respect the ordinance and help our community thrive in a healthy way. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Rosalind Northcross. On the Planning Commission's website is a copy of the recommendation from the Planning Department for M1 Concourse approval of the expansion plan. The executive site plan summary does not mention sound or any effects of sound on the residents in the adjacent area. Pontiac residents need protection from the health hazards created by excessive noise. For years, no one measured the sound that the residents complained about to city officials. In the fall of 2023, the city purchased sound equipment to monitor compliance to the noise ordinances. The Planning Department's checklist for approval includes items such as landscaping, placement of dumpsters, stormwater runoff, existing conditions, and even lighting. However, this approval list is conspicuously silent on the Planning Department's evaluation of sound and what neighbors will experience in terms of sound generated by M1. This This is especially problematic because of the expressed concerns shared by the residents who responded to a noise survey conducted in January 2024, as well as code enforcement's new sound monitoring program. According to the mayor and Mr. Yondrick, director of the planning department, noise is covered in section 6.205 standards for approval, section E, which requires site plan applications to comply with all provisions and standards of the zoning ordinance. To me, this means the city's noise ordinance is a part of the city's zoning ordinance and thusly already requires a site plan application to comply with the city's current noise ordinance. Yet, no mention of sound or noise in the site plan approval recommendation from the planning department, despite the existing concerns about noise from the residents and the city's newly instituted monitoring by code enforcement. Chapter 7 of the Performance Standards, section 4.704, speaks to objectionable noises shall be muffled subject to the intensity level of the sounds and shall not exceed 65 decibels where measured at the common lot line. An evaluation of sound and its effects on the residents in the neighborhood should have been reviewed by the planning department before it made a recommendation for approval to the planning commission. As previously mentioned, the planning department was silent, did not include noise or sound in its summary. The Planning Commission should not approve this site plan until the existing noise issue has been addressed. Residents in the area need to be protected.
Thank you.
Linda Watson, 525 California. I'm here about the noise. Ever since M1 was there, they never put in the buffers that they were supposed to put in originally. Here it is 5 years later, and they still have not done anything about the noise. I hear my neighbors talking about sound decibels and all that. We're way past that stage. At this point, I don't want any more approvals of anything at M1 until the noise level has been addressed. The other major factor for me is the gas station that appeared on the property overnight. I never heard about any meetings to have that gas station on that site. And with the recent thing in Clinton Township, I'm really concerned about the lead over there in the gas where they have unleaded gas. How is that going to affect us environmentally? That's my statement.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Greg Muscovali, and I stand in solidarity with my District 1 neighbors, imploring this body to vote against the M1 expansion. The current noise level at this Car Culture Country Club is adversely affecting your constituents and is often in violation of the city noise ordinance. And yet, they are asking you to approve an expansion that includes outdoor electric go-kart racing that will only add to the problem. If you vote to approve this request, you will be sending a message to voters that our quality of life is not important to you. Do not approve this expansion request without an ironclad written agreement for effective noise mitigation. Be mindful that District 1 is the largest voting bloc in the city of Pontiac, with strong leadership, strong infrastructure, and strong resolve. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Andrea Mans. I live at 432 Highland Avenue. I'm a veteran, so I have PTSD. And ever since M1 came, I've been there 14 years, and I live directly into their entryway. And for ever since they've been there, I went through 2 owners, and I talked to both of them, and I asked them would they put up some type of sound-bearing wall, and they said that they had no plans on doing that. And my problem came when they started staging in front of my house. They would come at 6:30 in the morning, sometimes a little prior to that, and they'd be out there talking, walking around, just enjoying themselves, having a good old time. And the noise from the cars parking to stage would be backfiring. And anybody that knows anything about PTSD, you don't want to hear sudden noises early in the morning when you're sleeping, when you're trying to sleep. And the noise was so loud, they would rev up, they would race down the street like it was a runway. And I had an issue with that. I even went so far as to get triple pane windows on that side of my house to try to buffer the noise. I had to get an extension cord from my TV to my headphones just so I could hear my TV when they're out there running the track. And I just feel like if you're going to come to a district, why would you come to a housing district where you have multiple older people? You don't know all the problems that could come in that district with the people that's there, but it's a housing community where people are supposed to have peace and quiet. They're supposed to be able to enjoy their weekends. People work different shifts. So when they're at home trying to sleep and that noise is going on all the way up to 10 o'clock at night, it's not a peaceful atmosphere for anybody that lives there. It's quite disturbing that they don't even consider the fact that when you come and ask, could you all do something? But you have all of this money to add to the property, but you can't put up a sound-bearing wall for the neighbors. You know, that makes us not even want to go there. We don't even want to participate in the events because it's like so disrespectful that you would come there and be like, well, we're going to make all the noise that we want. We're going to play with our toys. We're going to get in our cars and go home at the end of the day in our peaceful, quiet neighborhood, and y'all just going to have to deal with the backlash. So that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Dolores Stevens, and I live at 606 Wyoming Avenue, which is in the area of M1. I am pretty much a lifelong resident, except for probably about 8 years. And in that 8-year period, when I came back home, all I could hear was this sound of boom, 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 all night, all day. And it was said to be that there would be certain times. I don't understand what the time frame is, but my yard is my peace, my serenity. I no longer have that anymore. I worked in emergency for almost 20-something years, so you can imagine the things that I have seen. And to hear these cars racing nonstop for hours and hours, all my mind is set up to is I'm waiting to hear a crash. I'm waiting to hear all these ambulances, and at this time now I'm straight into anxiety mode. I remember 2017, there was a meeting at New Hope Church. The residents came out. One of the things that we agreed upon was having our streets blocked off for our safety because M1's participants from their activities were parking on our streets, cluttering, doing everything that they could think of. So we had ourselves, now we're caged in to keep their event participants off of our streets and in our neighborhoods, but yet we still have to deal with not being able to have peace and quiet and quality. I have had so many times to have to leave out of my yard that I pay taxes for, and it still don't belong to me, but yet I can't have the peace and quiet. I can't sit in my yard and enjoy my flowers. We can't even hear if something bad is really finna happen because all we hear is this rumbling, and it's very annoying. So many of us are just nervous wrecks, and we don't deserve that. We have had this conversation. We have been ignored. You all came in here on a big pass. Now y'all think y'all can continue to misabuse and mistreat us? No. Take it back to your neighborhoods.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Melchiah Newman, and I live at 433 Harvey Avenue. And I'm just came to add my voice to the other voices of discontent. I heard someone earlier in the meeting talk about good neighbors, and in my opinion, M1 has not been a good neighbor to us. The noise levels are ridiculous, sometimes after midnight. And another thing that really troubled me, they shot off fireworks, and I wasn't notified that they were going to be doing it. You see it, and and hearing a bunch of pop, 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 you didn't know if you needed to hit ground for safety or what was going on. It would have been nice to be notified that there were going to be fireworks that night, but it's an example of the way that we as residents are being treated, not considered, or considered a nuisance that has to be dealt with. When these are our homes, we're paying taxes on our property. We would like to be able to enjoy the fruits of our labor. And I would implore you not to approve any further expansion of this project until we resolve the noise issue first and foremost. But all the other things that have been said, well, once it's up and running, the noise level won't be any louder than what takes place on Woodward Avenue. It was much louder than that. And we have to be considered. We have to be considered. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Carol Wilkins, and I live at 201 Earl Moore Boulevard. I am also a member of the Neighborhood Association for District 1. I have owned my home in this district for 30 years. The noise is the loudest, in District 1. M1 opened up in 2016. Residents have complained about the noise to the city for years. However, the fall of 2023 was the first monitoring of the noise exceeding the noise ordinance. The noise is the loudest during the weekends, in the spring, in the summer, and the fall, disturbing to our daily activities such as sleeping, watching TV, sitting on your front porch to enjoy the day. Is impossible when the racing cars are running around the track. A buffer is needed to keep the noise contained. Inside M1, all the buildings are soundproof. Therefore, the members of M1 can enjoy their day while watching the cars go around the track. No problem for them. When homes are facing the highway, usually a buffer is put up so the noise can contain down and would not disturb the neighborhood. This is not done for M1. M1 would rather spend their money inside their complex doing different items, subjects, setting up go-karts, instead of pleasing the city, the people that live in that area. We will not tolerate it. We are tired. I thank you and have a good day.
Thank you.
Good evening. Bonetta Foster, 223 Crestwood. And I just want to echo all of the comments that have been said before me. I live 2 blocks from Woodward Avenue. I live 6 blocks from M1 Concourse. The noise that I hear from M1 Concourse wakes me up in the morning, in the summer, spring, and fall. From a peaceful sleep, I like to be awakened peacefully. They are like foxes in sheep's clothing, and we should not move forward with approving anything else until the noise issue has been resolved. They cannot go into any other neighborhood and do what they're doing, being allowed to do in Pontiac. I implore you to listen to the complaints. We appreciate having a business, in a surrounding. That's not the problem. The problem is the disrespect to the residents of the area. I can hear ambulances coming from St. Joe Hospital. That's the only noise, unless there's a helicopter overhead. Cannot hear, even during rush hour, traffic on Woodward Avenue as close as I live, but I can hear M1 concourse. I'm also concerned about the lead that they would be using there, and if you will study the impact of lead use on the environment, our health is in jeopardy. So I implore you to take the step to deal with the noise level before moving forward with any other additions to this business. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Portia McIntosh Cade, and I live at 210 Astorwood. I am a resident on the south side of Pontiac, and I've lived in the city of Pontiac since 1975. My family and I are all healthcare workers. We have a valid interest in our health and those around us that we serve every day. I am also concerned with the excessive noise and the fumes from the M1 concourse. I travel as far out as Dearborn Heights, Westland, Clarkston, and other beautiful cities that surround our great city. So I am asking you, because I've never, since living here in this city, since 1975, moving from the north side of Pontiac to the south side of Pontiac, I want to come home just like every other employee to peace, quiet, serenity. I want to be able to sleep so that I can get up in the morning and work with a sound mind. I want to be able to retire in my sane mind without being subjected to fumes and the insanity of not being able to sleep at night and wake up tired because I could not get a good night's sleep from sounds and noises from late night and early morning. It is ridiculous. At this point, I don't even care what amenities they provide to our residents in our city when I can't even have peace and quiet when I go to my private home. We are asking you, those who service us here in the city, to hear the residents, because just like you go home to your peace, to your quiet, to your serene neighborhoods, we want to be able to do the same thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jacqueline Keels. I live at 180 Harrison, right across the street from M1. And I invite you all to come to my house and sit and listen to the noise and try to hold a meeting there. Or just try to read a book, try to watch television, try to hold a phone conversation, try to hold a face-to-face conversation when that noise is going on over there. If I could put them on punishment, I'd make them live in my house for 30 days while that noise is going on and see how they like it. It's an infringement upon my rights to peaceful possession, and I implore you to listen to all of us and make them do something about that noise. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Charles Renfro. I live at 243 Crestwood. I'm a part of the Block Club and also the district meetings. Concerning M1, I really like M1 to be there. I like what they bring into the city. All at the same time, everybody got a responsibility. You heard the complaints, and I hope neither one of you are bought off in any kind of way, because we need them to be responsible just like we are. I have a brother that lived in Bloomfield right off Woodward, and he has the same problem we have. It resonates all the way down Woodward. And if we was to censor everyone down that corridor, you probably have not enough room here in the city or even in the parking lot. But I think we could come up with a win-win situation. But you can't put it off. You got to have them responsible to get the barrier or whatever they need to do. Because like they said, and like Mr. Bass says, you know, we're the largest voting block, and we know you're appointed by the city mayor, and the mayor already know that the decimal level is way too high. So we need to address that before we go any further. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Honors to everyone on the committee and everyone here. I'm Brian Killian Bay, born and raised in Pontiac, son of Miss Evelyn LaDuff. Honors to her. And I just would like to address, I wasn't going to speak at first because I just broke my fast, so it took me a while, but this really bothers me, that the disrespect that certain businesses can come into Pontiac. Now we're talking about M1, it's others, that we can continue. What is the price that we want to put on quality of life? What price do we have to pay? See, a lot of those people that come in here and invest in Pontiac don't live here. And we have those that come here and disrespect. I'm a Pontiac Charter Commissioner. I'm the vice president of the CDC. We get around, we go about, we listen to the community. When are our elected officials and appointed officials going to listen to the community? Because if you can hear it being spoken, we're not the only ones that feel this way. So we really need to sit down and say, what price do we have to pay as being residents of Pontiac for the quality of life? They say Pontiac is the seat of Oakland County. Let's stop being the toilet seat of Oakland County. And that's where we got to stand up as elected officials and appointed officials. Peace for all of y'all.
Thank you.
My name is Darlene Clark. I live at 506 Nebraska Avenue. I am in District 1. We have heard today, and not just today, council, planning, code, city administration, Mayor Tim Grimal, for the last year or two have heard of the complaints for the residents, not just from District 1, from a lot of other districts as well. You have heard they have had meetings with due respect to M1 officials, which is our business people. The city official planning and the council allow M1 to come into our city with open arms under their own conditions. You have heard the people spoke. You have heard them over and over and over saying the same thing, the same way, at different time. They have begged you. They have pleaded with you. They have due respect, humbled themselves and lowered their pride and came to you and asked more than once. Because I'm going to tell you this, if one of your children had to ask you the same thing more than once, either you're going to smack them or you're going to make them sit down. Now, with that being said, we are Pontiac children. We're not mad at M1. We welcome what you have to offer the city. There is, you know what the problem is, and I'm not going to repeat it. The council, the planning, Tim Grimer, you guys, you're not representing us. You represent our money. And when you spend our money to say that you represent us and you falsely not representing us, now what are you going to do? It's not what M1's going to do. It's what the city that represent the residents going to do. Are you going to continue to make these people beg? Are you going to continue to make these people lower their standards, their way of living? Are you who represent the resident are going to continue to slap us in the face who put you there? Do you understand what I'm trying to say to you? Because I like to think all you guys are educated. Because if you're not educated enough, you have an attorney who has probably more education than all of you guys put together. Let her explain it to your obligation. And matter of fact, in November, if I'm not mistaken, she did come to council and explain their position. So therefore, she did give them a heads up what their responsibility was. Planning, it sits in your lap first before it comes to council. And everything that's coming to council first is question your capability and your intelligence. Because I'm going to tell you to your face, I'm questioning all of you guys' intelligence. I'm not questioning M1's intelligence because they only getting away what they're allowed to get away with. It's your intelligence. Now, what you going to do?
Thank you.
Well, well, well. Good evening. District 1. What's up, though? Well, my name is Melanie Rutherford, if you don't know who I am, and I live in District 1, and we have heard the concerns of the people, amen? And we have heard them say over and over again that no one is listening. But at some point, we have to listen to what the people are saying, and the people are basically asking you to pause. We're not saying say no, we're saying pause, stop, so that we can actually come to a common agreement. And what we have to stop doing is ignoring what the people say, because I live in District 1, and we are the highest voting district in the city of Pontiac. And that's factual. And to M1, if you listen and engage and empower the people will always support you. But if you ignore them, if you give them side comments, if you act like they don't matter, at the end of the day, they will make you pay for it. The people have no choice but to come and yell out and scream out and say, we've had enough. Now, let's just give a little history really quickly, because I like to do facts versus fiction. This agreement with M1 was done in 2014, long before the current council was involved. Number 2, the lead agreement was done in 2022. It did not come before council. So when we say these things about councils doing this or the mayor's doing that, we have to be based on facts. The issue is very simple. There is no community partnership between the District 1 and M1, and that's what the problem is. So I'm asking you to pause and listen to the people and come to a common agreement. Very simple. We want the sound to stop, we want the noise to go down, and we want to be respected. Some of us have medical conditions that are being directly affected because of M1. Some of us have mental health illnesses that are being directly affected because of M1. Some of us do not feel safe in our neighborhoods because there are some people who may not be a part of M1 organization, but they use M1 services, who ride through our neighborhoods at 6:30 in the morning like they having a drag race. I know because I've seen it. And what is going to happen if we let this happen with the go-karts and someone drives through our neighborhood 6:30 in the morning and a child or 7 at the bus stop get hurt or killed? Whose report are you going to believe? Are you going to believe fear, or are you going to believe the people? Thank you.
Thank you.
Chuck Johnson again. I have listened to the people. So it is written, so shall it be done. Thank you.
Thank you, Chuck.
He did. Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
I'm Dr. Deirdre Waterman, 312 Ottawa Drive, Pontiac. Glad to be back here in front of the Planning Commission. I am here to give some context to what the people have asked you to do. And the question is whether you will have the will to do it, and can you do it? I'm going to tell you how you can do it, all right, what they're asking you to do. Now, first off, let me put it in context. I was not here when the site plans were agreed upon. The emergency manager had already approved that, previous council. And when I got here, Brad Oshansky was busy doing all the environmentals, digging a lot of holes. I had him meet with a couple times, somebody mentioned that, at Hope United Church to talk about how they could help protect the neighborhoods from noise. And he came up with the ideas, had some engineers, that they could do buffers and other treatments. And that's what he had come up with. He never did it because he ran out of money. All right. Now, normally, if I had been here, as I've done for the other entities who've come to town, I have worked out development agreements with them or community benefit agreements. That was not done in this case. The question is, can you have an effect and do something, even the fact that there wasn't one beforehand, and have that same effect after the fact? I think you can, and I'm going to tell you how we have done it before. For example, when FedEx wanted to come into the city over near Stonegate and the Vanguard property, the people over there were also concerned about the fact of the noise and the truck and the traffic and all of that, the congestion. We were able to sit down all the neighborhood associations with the FedEx representatives and work out a community benefit development agreement that they are very happy with. And FedEx did what they needed to do to protect the neighborhoods. So what the issue is here is you have a very vital, novel, enterprising business who's in town who chose to come to Pontiac, chose Pontiac to rehabilitate property. But you also have people in the neighborhoods who have the right for peaceful enjoyment of their property. That is what is guaranteed by any municipality, and I think the city attorney would tell you that as well. That is the right that is built in, and as officers, appointed officers of the city, you have the authority and the responsibility to do that. So I think we've shown you how. We hope you will have the will to do that as a pause, a chance to work this out. After the fact, we understand, but it needs to be done sooner rather than later. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Waterman. Is there anyone else who wanted to speak at public comment?
What's the parameters? Name, address?
Yes, please.
Okay,
both.
all right. Carlton Jones, 1323 Oakland Drive, Pontiac, Michigan. District 1. I live in close proximity to this racetrack, M1. I think they've tried to be decent partners to a large degree, but I think at some point in time, we have to find happy mediums. We do have an issue as a community that lives close to that racetrack, and I believe we need to be able to work it out. So in my heart, I think we can. I think there got to be willingness on both sides, and if we can do that, I think this project can move forward. But residents been there for a long time. Their priority should be the first and foremost thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else? I think we have a good showing here so far. Okay, I am going to close public comment. Thank you, everyone, for being here and for sharing your thoughts with us. I would like to pivot to staff and to our legal representation.
So, Chair, if I can, anyone that spoke a public hearing or public comment, and if you've not signed the sign-in sheet, we would really appreciate it if you can. That way, when you get into the minutes, we're appropriately spelling your name, things like that. So we just kindly ask that you do that. Chair, we just ask that really the public comment is separate than the site plan. The site plan is not an advertised public hearing per our zoning code. And so we would like to proceed with the agenda.
Yes.
I think as part of that, at the conclusion of the staff presentation, I will try to address at least a couple questions that came up from the public. So.
Okay, very good. Thank you for that.
Okay.
What we're going to do is move to that item, which is now old business. It's application SPR 23-032. The applicant is Tim McGrain of M1 Concourse. The application is the site plan review phase 7, phase 7 of the development, the address of 43159 Woodward Avenue, and the request is a new event center and cart track at M1 Concourse. Does staff want to do presentation first?
Sure.
Yes, thank you.
All right, so as our chair said, this is case SPR 23-032. This is a site plan review request for phase 7 for the M1 Concourse. The zoning of this property is MUD, mixed use district. The total, or the area of the phase 7 is 8.2 acres, while the overall site is 5.58 acres. As an overview, the applicant is proposing an addition to the M1 Concourse site to provide a kart racing track, an indoor recreation facility with racing simulators, a restaurant, as well as a number of garages for kart maintenance. The expansion is proposed for the southeast corner of the site, which is currently undeveloped. And the proposed building is rectangular and will be architecturally similar to the existing event center on site. The parcel is zoned MUD, which permits the proposed use by development agreement. The development agreement and conditional rezoning agreement were approved in 2015. There are residences to the south across South Boulevard, and there are residences to the west across Lincoln Road. The parcel does not directly abut residential, and the proposed cart track will utilize electric carts exclusively. In terms of the development agreement, the mixed-use district for this site was approved in 2015. These plans were approved with an overall site plan for mixed use of a retail commercial use, office space use, restaurant, vehicle storage, outdoor performance venue, warm-up track, and event assembly space. This proposal is the last phase of the development. This gives you an idea of where it's located. I think we all have a fairly good idea where it's located. It's right on the major thoroughfare of our city. But of the major site for M1, the proposed phase 7 is this corner right here, the undeveloped section at South Boulevard and Woodward Avenue. This is just a close-up to give you an idea of the impacted site. The existing development is all here. As you can see, it is this last 8.2 acres, this corner right here, that the applicant is seeking to develop. This is where it sits within our zoning map. Again, the affected area is going to be right here. Or sorry, the developed area is going to be right here. All the yellow, that is R1 single-family residential. These pink and reds, those are various commercial districts. Obviously along Woodward Corridor, that's our major commercial thoroughfare, but also along South Boulevard, and I believe a little bit over here. And then also across Woodward Avenue over here, we do have a section of industrial. This is the site plan. This shows you here the cart tracks. This is the racing area. Here, this is going to be where the actual event center will be located, the restaurant, simulation area, et cetera. And then the actual garages will be located over here, here. And then additional parking is going to be added to the wings. This is the landscape plan that was provided by the applicant. You can see they're proposing several new trees along the perimeter of the property, including here. There's already in existence several trees on the south side. The applicant is also proposing landscaping within the parking lot in compliance with our requirements from the ordinance for 1 tree for every 6 spaces. In terms of the proposed facade, more information on building materials, including calculations on the percentage of facade covered for each material, is needed for staff to verify compliance with the ordinance. Primary building materials must be used on a minimum of 60% of the facade, and exit materials may not exceed 40%. Calculations on the total transparency on the first floor should also be provided. The requirement is no less than 40%. In addition, we would like confirmation that all mechanical equipment will be screened from view. And as always, the Planning Commission has the authority to approve an alternative plan with reduced transparency if the Commission feels that it is appropriate. Moving on to other zoning compliance concerns, parking lots with more than 25 parking spaces are required to provide bike racks with at least 1 bicycle space for every 20 parking spaces. The plan should be revised to provide at least 9 bike spaces. It is unclear from the plans if there will be any on-site storage or handling of chemicals or hazardous materials. If so, a pretreatment plan that diverts stormwater away from the environmentally sensitive areas must be provided. It is unclear if there are any hazardous materials proposed for the site. If so, the location of these materials and a hazardous materials mitigation plan must be provided to the city prior to final site plan approval. A statement should be added to the plans that there will be no airborne emissions, odors, gases, noises, vibrations, electrical disturbances, glare, or liquid waste impacting neighboring properties. In terms of the standards of approval, number one, circulation. Staff sees that there is a proper relationship between the existing streets and highways within the vicinity and proposed service drives, entrance and exit drives, and parking areas to ensure the safety and convenience of pedestrian and vehicular traffic. In terms of the buildings and structures proposed to be located upon the premises are so situated as to minimize adverse impacts upon owners and occupants of adjacent properties. There are no natural features on site necessitating preservation. There are no floodplains or wetlands. In terms of site layout and screening, the property does not directly abut any residential, and the applicant is proposing trees along the right-of-way. In terms of compliance with the zoning ordinance, as previously identified in my presentation, there are still several outstanding compliance concerns that will need to be addressed before any final approval can be granted. And with that, staff recommends approval of the preliminary site plan with the following 5 conditions. 1, the plan shall be revised or addressed to meet the 5 design standards before issuance of final site plan. 2, more information on building materials, including calculations on the percentage of facade coverage for each material, shall be provided. Already ran through these in a previous slide. 3, the plan shall be revised to include the required number of bike spaces. 4, this approval is for the use of electric go-karts on a track, accompanied by a facility that complies with the zoning code. Introduction of a non-electric cart use shall require a site plan amendment to evaluate the site plan requirements, including but not limited to noise and buffering. To be clear, what this is saying is that if the applicant begins to use the property in a way that is not what has been presented, i.e. not electric cars, this approval would not stand, and they would have to come into compliance with what was approved today. Or they would have to come to this body and seek an amended approval. 5, if any hazardous materials are proposed to be stored on site, which may include any batteries for the electric go-karts, the applicant shall provide a hazardous materials mitigation plan to the city for approval. And then with that, as always, I have 3 sample motions for your use.
Okay. Thank you, Corey. I would like to add on just some summary things and also to discuss some of the questions that were here. So as part of this site plan review, Corey did a lot of the site plan work as to what was actually proposed in our zoning regulations. And I worked with him and our attorneys and with M1 to get all the development agreements, conditional rezoning agreements, which is in Planning Commission's packet, printed packet tonight. So while it was reviewed in 2014, both the conditional rezoning agreement and development agreement were approved in 2015. As far as staff is concerned, they have met the landscape requirements. They have met there weren't many mounding requirements from that original agreement. What this Phase 7 does is it adds some landscaping along Woodward, which is the last piece. The landscaping was not added. What is before this site plan tonight is an outdoor performance venue in the go-kart, but it's also an entertainment facility that M1 has expressed would be open to the public, and that is in alignment with some of the uses that they have from the original plan themselves. Planning staff's role in this is we really want to try to get as much information to Planning Commission, which is a technical review body, and get as much fact-finding on their shoulders. And the public comment tonight also gives the opportunity for the public to share that. I wanted to share that the zoning code changed last year. So M1 got their rezoning and all these development agreements in 2015. By our former zoning code, they did not have to go to Planning Commission for any of their phases of approvals. So those were all done under the previous zoning code. They were approved at a staff level. That includes the last one, which is in 2022, which is the fueling station. That was approved administratively. That was approved according to the zoning code under previous staff that was here. And that got a building department it got building approval, and it also thoroughly went through the state of Michigan, having to do with that type of fuel. But it met the requirements. It is an accessory use that is up there. I did also want to share that as part of Corey's report, there was a discussion about pretreatment and facilities. We are anticipating that that hazard plan would need to be submitted to staff because of batteries that would be stored on site with the electric go-karts. One of the and I think one of the challenges, let me explain the process real quick because this is a little different. Tonight is a site plan. The Planning Commission reviews site plans throughout the year, and this is a preliminary site plan. Typically, Planning Commission provides an approval or approval with conditions. They have the ability to add conditions as long as it matches. Really, their decision, whether it's tonight or in the future, has to match the 5 standards of approval. Can you move back to that slide? The next one. Yep. Really has to move back to these 5 standards. Planning Commission really is operating within these. It's not how much we like M1. It's also not, we do not have current violations against M1 because the city does not have readings. And so because there are no violations, staff's review of this was solely on this phase 7, not looking at the overall report. And staff is going to continue to focus with code enforcement where this should be. So with that, I would like to pass it over to our attorney, Morgan McAtamey, the city's attorney, to really discuss what Planning Commission is reviewing here as it relates to this phase 7, but also some of these concerns that are coming up from the neighbors.
To make it very clear to the Planning Commission, the matter that is before the Planning Commission tonight is the approval of a site plan or denial of a site plan for phase 7 of this development. What the Planning Commission is entitled to consider under the zoning ordinance is the effects of this phase and not all prior phases. That being said, we understand, the city understands that there are a number of concerns with regard to noise. The problem for the Planning Commission is that is due to prior phases. That is not to be considered by the Planning Commission tonight. The proper way to resolve that is an enforcement proceeding through code enforcement. We do have our code enforcement manager here tonight. And if he would like to, he can give a better idea of exactly what is going on through code enforcement. But to summarize, based on my discussions with him, there have been a number of noise complaints. The city is taking that very seriously. The city, like has been said by multiple residents tonight, did go out and purchase decibel readers so that they could monitor the decibel levels at M1. And there is a concerted effort by the city to go to M1, especially now that it is spring and M1 is acting within its normal course of business. They have gone out there and they are measuring reading at the residential lot lines. It's my understanding that at this point, there haven't been no readings that are above that noise level. There have been no violations issued to M1. And therefore, the Planning Commission is not entitled to rely upon that in considering this application that is before them tonight. But I want to reiterate, this is being taken seriously by the city. The city is doing everything in its power to make sure that their zoning ordinances are enforced. If anyone has any questions on the Planning Commission, I'd be happy to answer them. I'd be happy to answer our planning manager's question as well. And if the planning manager would like or feels it's appropriate, of course, we could have the code enforcement manager speak as well.
Yeah, and thank you very much for that. I think the one thing to identify is that there have been a lot of decibel readings that I'm hearing all over the place. And some of those have been actually said by people, but currently we do not have any decibel readings or any evidence that there is any violation. That evidence occurs according to the zoning code at the property line. But I would like to invite Mr. McIntyre up real briefly, if you can just describe what we have thus far.
Good evening.
So I met Mr. McGrain for the first time last Saturday after Councilman Rutherford's district meeting. It's the first time he and I had ever met, so we had, I think, a healthy discussion. And there's this young lady with a beautiful headscarf said it tonight. It's all about being a good neighbor, and that's the conversation he and I had. In my badge, I have 2 cards. One is Mr. McGrain's, and one is a guy named Paul from MDOT. I want to get all the grass cut regularly on 59, and I'm really struggling with that. So I keep them here just to remind me that we're going to meet with these folks and talk about it. So we did purchase equipment. We had it calibrated separate times. The unfortunate thing is, at a racetrack, when cars go around the track, they're at that point for just a brief moment in time. So when we've gone out there, I believe there's been readings that do exceed the 65 decibel limit, but we can't capture them. So one of the conversations I had with Mr. McGrain, and I plan to move forward with that, and I'm inviting him to participate with me in that, is that I've reached out to a company that's based out of Denver, although they have some local folks here, and they actually, their role, their job is to help companies or businesses like Mr. McGrain's, or not that he owns it, but he's responsible tonight at least. I reached out to them because they help facilities keep noise in their property. And I actually reached out to them and said, do you also have a division of your company that can help track noise, because I'm having a difficult time capturing it. And yet I know that it's happening. And clearly, all these folks in the neighborhood that live by it have been expressing that it's disruptive. So that's my plan going forward, is to set up a time with Mr. McGrain so that he and I can talk about this in a way that I think makes sense. And my goal is to have him and I participate together, maybe utilizing a company similar to this company out of Denver, where we can come up with a strategy of how we can, mitigate the noise. So was there any questions?
And thank you, Jack. And I think I would just add that this, in staff's opinion, in staff's report, we did not believe that this was going to add a significant amount of noise from the rest of the site. So that's why there is a condition that if the use changes from a battery to something else that causes noise, that they'd have to go through an amendment. But in our opinion, this would not add to that.
And if I can just add, I've rearranged staffing. We've gotten additional equipment. We're sporadically scheduling our folks to that are using this device to try to capture the noise. So we're very aware of the schedules that are coming up. We had a conversation about that when we talked last Saturday about the Coffee and Cars events coming up. That seems to be the events that are probably the most irritating. I'm sure they're a lot of fun. It sounds a lot of fun, a coffee and car event. But those are the ones that are being, that folks in the area are being most affected by, because it's early in the morning, as a lot of these residents have gotten up and shared about today. So we're making sure that we have enough staffing to really look at this. And noises throughout the city, but obviously we're talking about this tonight, so.
Thank you. I want to speak for all my commissioners as well as myself for your presence here tonight and your detailed explanation as to how the city is hearing our residents. And we are in a limited capacity as the Planning Commission for what's in front of us tonight, but we feel and hear everything that you're saying, and we're not turning a blind ear to you. So thank you for helping with the sentiments that were expressed.
You're welcome.
Madam Chair, may I ask a question?
Sure.
Of Mr. McIntyre?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. McIntyre, have you found that the noise varies depending on location?
Yeah, particularly, I talked to Mr. McGrain about this last week. Along Franklin, I think, is probably the most noticeable. The day that I was out there myself and was utilizing the sound meter, I was near Harrison and Franklin, and it was, I would say that whole strip there from about Harrison heading northbound is probably most affected. Mm-hmm. We talked about an opening over there that I think he and I are going to hopefully have a meeting real soon, and we're going to walk over there. That's my goal, is to walk over there and kind of look at the space and see what they could do to assist.
An opening?
Yeah, so there's, a lot of, I think a lot of the sound is captured by virtue of the landscaping, but also of the structures that are out there, the condos or the spaces. So I think they defer a lot of it, but there's several openings, open spots, what I would consider open, meaning no barrier there, so.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thanks again for filling in. All right, then what I would like to do now is, I know everyone has questions up here. Why don't we bring our petitioner up? If you would please approach the podium, state your name and address for the record. Oh, you need to hit the little button with the person's. There, thank you.
Good evening. All right, now I'm live. Hi, Mike Vogt. I'm an outside counsel attorney for the applicant M1 Concourse. I'm with the Dickinson Wright Law Firm that's located in Troy at 2600 West Big Beaver. With me here tonight for the applicant, I have Tim McGrain, the CEO of M1 Concourse. I have Ken Van Teen, a professional architect and a partner with the Inform Studio architectural firm that has been involved in the design for this expansion, and David Hunter from the PEA Group, the civil engineering firm that has prepared the site plan that's here tonight before the Planning Commission. I'll try and be fairly brief as it's getting pretty late in the evening, and frankly, your staff and city attorney have done a great job, per usual, of summarizing and distilling the issues that are really before the Planning Commission tonight. It's been a couple years since I've had the pleasure of working with you all, so I'm really happy to be back, and I appreciate the time that you're given to M1 Concourse here. As noted by the city attorney, the issue that's before the Planning Commission tonight is really a rather straightforward request for a preliminary site plan approval. Obviously, we've heard a lot of public comment tonight and concerns raised from residents, and the city is hearing those concerns as evidenced by the code enforcement officer's comments and the city attorney's comments, and my client's discussions are ongoing with the city about concerns that people have. And this is not a situation where M1 is ignoring those conversations. As we just heard, the CEO of the company itself is engaged with the code enforcement officer. We've had discussions with the mayor. This is certainly not an issue that's being ignored or being steamrolled. Anything that the city wants us to do to sit down and work collaboratively with, that's exactly what we intend to do to address any legitimate issues that need to be addressed under the code. But as I noted, the question here tonight is fairly simple. The question is whether the preliminary site plan itself, the materials that were submitted for the X Center's expansion, whether they meet the standards for approval that were just on the board here a moment ago, and whether they contain all the information that's required under section 6.208. Now, if those objective standards are met, as it was indicated in the staff's report, and we heard earlier from Mr. Christensen in his summary, then your zoning ordinance goes on to say in section 3.204C3 that the quote site plan shall be approved. This is not like a special land use, as we know, where we have or a variance, a more discretionary standards. This is objective dimensional criteria that we're really looking at here tonight. And this requirement in the code that requires a site plan to be approved if it meets all the standards is completely consistent with Michigan law. Our Zoning Enabling Act, section 501 says that, quote, a site plan shall be approved if it contains the information required by the zoning ordinance and is in compliance with the conditions imposed under the zoning ordinance. And so your code does exactly that. As you've seen in the staff report that's in your agenda packet, and as we heard from both Mr. Yandrick and Mr. Christensen, the city planning staff has taken a thorough look at the site plan materials. In fact, it's been a very thorough look. This process started with an initial informative presentation back in November of 2023. We have since worked with the city's various review departments in planning and engineering to address a number of comments and questions and concerns and had the site plan revised accordingly to address all of those concerns. And now, subject to a few minor conditions, which we will of course comply with if we are granted approval with conditional approval, all of those issues and questions have been properly addressed. And really, I don't want to add too much to that really at this point, because I think that I had a little more to say, but I want to be brief if I can. And I think that the staff report addressed all of the technical points. I think the city attorney correctly addressed the standard of review that's before this planning commission here tonight. And I'll happily pop back in if there's a question that could benefit from my area of expertise. But for now, I will let Tim McGrain give you a few comments, and just kind of high level about the expansion itself. In case there are some questions about the operations with the electric cart usage, which my layman understanding is, for the people that have questions about the noise concern, well, what does that sound like? I think of a golf cart. Think of that's an electric motor. When you turn on the golf cart, unless you're sitting on the golf cart, you really don't hear that golf cart. And then we have that, and we have a standard restaurant, and a few other things that Tim could talk about a lot more eloquently than me. So I'll turn it over to him. And then again, we have our civil engineer and our architect here if there's any technical questions from staff or any members of the commission. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good evening. My name is Tim McGrain. Address is 163 North Berkshire, Bloomfield Hills. Members of the Commission, thank you for this opportunity. Following up, first of all, listening to the comments earlier, I will tell you that it is of paramount importance to M1 to be a good community partner. And the time that I have been at M1 and the position I hold serving as CEO, I've taken that position important. We also think it's important for us to be part of the Pontiac community, and I think we've proven that already. A few years ago, we did the initial resurfacing of the Art Dunlop Park, and we're going to be fixing the basketball courts and working on the other parts of that redevelopment. We support the Dream Centers program and have done for many years with their Thanksgiving box program. And our M1 Mobility program, which is funded by our Checker Flag Challenge, works closely with the Pontiac Community Foundation to provide transportation services for those residents in the city of Pontiac that need transportation to much needed services. So I think we have demonstrated that it's important for us to be a good community partner in the city of Pontiac. With regards to this project, the X Center is the final part, as staff has said, it's the final part of the development of the M1 project. To date, we have complied with all the requirements that we were given at the time when the project went through. We feel that the project has been a very beneficial addition to the city of Pontiac. We are a gateway project, and we take that position importantly in the sense that we want to reflect not to Pontiac, not to the people that just drive by us, but make it such that people comment about the city of Pontiac because of what M1's quality is, both nationally and internationally. Given what the property was when we acquired the property or when the previous owners acquired the property, last year, the Racers Trust gave the property an award in recognition of its development. Racers stands for, has nothing to do with automobile racing. It's the Revitalization of Automotive Communities Environmental Trust, which is the entity that takes what was formerly disused automotive properties and makes them into usable properties. The project in front of you, as Councillor said, we have our architect, Ken Van Tine. He'll open to any questions the Commission may have with regards to the project and the land planning. Both these two companies have been involved with nearly all the development that M1 has done since it started. I will, in the interest of everybody's time, unless anybody in the Commission has any questions directly for me, I will defer. I will say that following an information meeting with staff, all the points that have been raised that they said need to be addressed, I believe that architect and land planning have addressed those, and all those plans are ready for submission.
Thank you very much. Next.
So any questions I suppose I should ask? Any questions about the project, and we can work out who's appropriate for our team members to answer it.
Okay, yeah, that sounds great. How about if I pivot over here to Vernita? Do you have questions?
I do. Tim, I feel like I know you. I knew Justin and Brad before you, and so I know that you have the potential to be a great community and neighbor. But my question is, how many of these neighbors have you invited as a complimentary invite to any of your events?
So we have, we hold an event during the summer months, from April through October. And as the Mr. McIntyre mentioned, our Cars and Coffee, that is an open to the public event. There is no charge. We open that. So that is an opportunity. Whenever we do an event that is a ticketed event, every event that we do we offer a 50% discount of the ticket price to any resident in the city of Pontiac.
Okay, so I ask again, how many of these neighbors have you invited as a complimentary to one of your events complimentary?
I'm going to say probably no more than a dozen.
Okay. Have you considered, because of, of course, we're not entitled to consider the past, but it's hard to not. Have you thought about doing a dry run to kind of promote your expansion and do a dry run so that other neighbors can understand what the noise and what that looks like? And so that's like a preliminary exercise that may be more inviting or may be more supportive if they understand what the challenges could be.
Okay. I suppose demonstrating, first of all, the electric cart is something that's in development, and its target completion is timed with what we hope will be the completion of the project on approval. So, but from a point of view of the sound of an electric cart as it may be ran in any of the property that we currently have, yes, we can do that. The cart is actually probably only, depending on weather, this week will actually have its first test, so probably sometime in the coming months that could be possible.
Okay, okay. I'll reserve the rest for after the introduction.
Thank you very much. Michael, any questions for?
I got a lot,
Okay.
so you can cut me off when you need to, but I'll try and pepper quick.
Okay.
So sounds like Inform Studio, if I recall correctly from the previous presentation, that's the same architectural firm that did the existing event center. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And will these, what's the square footage of the existing event center compared to the X Center, if you know that?
The existing event center is approximately 28,700. The proposed X Center, I believe, is slightly less than 20,000, but I'll defer to the architect for an exact number on that.
Well, that's a good question because I don't have the numbers right in front of me, but it's a 3-story building with basement 2 stories above grade, and it is just roughly it's just under 20,000 square feet of the main floor. There's a little roof terrace area on the track side of the building that the carts will be stored under that little area there during non-operational times. So if you count that rooftop terrace, it's right around 20,000 square feet or just over.
What's the height of the structure at its highest point?
I believe it's 30 feet, if I remember correctly.
And how is that height in comparison to the existing event center?
It's a little bit lower.
A little bit lower, okay. Yep. And so if I'm driving northbound on Woodward Avenue, I'm gonna see both, but obviously the the proposed activity center is smaller. It would be not as imposing in terms of
It'd probably feel about the same because it's closer.
just proximity. Okay.
Yeah, just because it's a little bit closer to the street. But it would, on Woodward, if you look at Woodward there, if you go farther north where the drive entrance is, they're probably equal distance from Woodward. But as you go farther south, I mean, obviously you're going to see the events, or we're calling it the X Center, so it's Experience Center is what it's called. That's going to be a little bit closer to the intersection.
Have you identified the facade materials yet?
Yes.
Would they be comparable or
They're going to be basically the exact same materials that are on the event center.
Which are very unique and very beautiful. So I'm glad to hear that. For your mechanical equipment, I see obviously a transformer located, for example. Will that be screened, and how will you be screening it?
That is screened with landscape material.
Okay. And I saw some reference to it being phase 7 and some to phase 8. Just to confirm, we're talking about phase 7 of 7 for the M1 concourse sort of.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you.
And that's okay if that might not be.
The phasing part is, I wasn't necessarily involved in naming all the phases. The one thing I did not do, I was not involved in the performance, the fuel station. I wasn't involved in that particular project, or the little remodel of the office area on the far north end. So those 2 areas I wasn't involved with. But Tim can probably.
So if I can confirm, you're correct. That is phase 7 of 7 phases.
Okay. Where were the bike racks? You thinking? Do you already have some identified and I missed it?
No, they were not on that plan originally. It's just something we missed, but we will provide the 9 bike racks, and we'll work with planning.
So you don't have a prevailing sense of where those might be yet?
More than likely, they'll probably be on either end of the X Center.
Okay, so 87 parking spaces are being added closer to the Woodward Avenue entrance, and then there's a row of 29 parking spaces closer to the South Boulevard entrance. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Is the expectation that there's some fluidity for the existing event center parking, that surface level parking that exists, where if it's a particularly busy or active, activity at the activity center, that it allows that sort of flex parking space, and then vice versa?
That is correct.
There's beautiful overhead or sort of constant exterior lighting near the existing event center. Is the vision that sort of is like a flex open space for activities or events where you might see pedestrians in between the respective events? Would we be seeing both facilities activated at the same time? And I'm just thinking about circulation and, capacity issues.
That's really more of an operational question. I'll let Tim answer that one.
So that would be the case. There certainly is cases where both the X Center would be operational and events happening inside what we call the event center and in that plaza in between.
Okay. Staff has identified that they're pursuing the condition where the statement on the impact in terms of noise and noxious odors, et cetera. Are you prepared and comfortable to commit to that, to execute that statement, if you will?
Yeah, we're certainly open to having the conversations to see what we can do to remedy any of the points that staff raise.
Okay. Trees that have been identified, has it been identified what species? Did it look like you were identifying evergreen or coniferous trees?
There's on the landscape plan, there's a planning list that identifies the different types of trees.
So it looks like there is upwards of over a dozen. There will be a number of trees that would be added that offers obviously aesthetic improvements, but also some degree of screening and buffer. Help me understand this row of proposed garages. This is not another phase of private car condos. This would be for the go-karts. My understanding, based on what you've shared tonight and before, is that these are essentially proprietary to M1 Concourse. It's not like folks are bringing their own go-karts in. They will be your fleet of vehicles. So what does the go-kart sort of storage look like? Are community members or your customers purchasing the golf carts and they're part of their own fleet? Or is it something where they'll always be the dominion of M1 Concourse and are being rented or used out, and you're doing the maintenance and quality control, if you will?
So those carts will retain ownership by M1. It's not like the phases where we have for the larger garages where they were sold. So they are significantly smaller in scale. I mean, for the most part, if you compare what a cart size is to a road car, you're going to have basically something that's probably half scale to what the garage is as we know them out.
So half scale in terms
probably,
of...
Yeah, that's exactly it. So we will retain ownership, and they will be on a lease program or a membership program.
What's the height of that strip, if you will, of go-kart garages? Would it be comparable or sort of a fraction of the car condos as a frame of reference?
They're going to be quite a bit smaller. The buildings are only, each unit in the building is 26 units, and they're basically 12 feet wide and 22 feet deep. So they're about half the size of a car condo. The height of the building is, I'm sorry, I just can't read. It's dark over here, so I can't read this. Hold on, making my flashlight on. We're at 27 feet.
Okay, that's helpful, and I appreciate that it creates like a continuous, but looks to be almost a near continuous buffer, a physical barrier, because as we're looking closer to South Boulevard and Woodward Avenue, there wouldn't be residents impacted. But if we're looking going westbound on South Boulevard, I like to see that buffer and barrier, that even if it's minimal sound, that it's still contained, that it's got that barrier. The landscaping looks like it calls out for low-profile prairie seed mix. What would that look like sort of on the end user? Are we looking at tall grasses? I know it's identified low seed, but how will that be maintained? What would that look like for nearby residents and those passing by? And I appreciate that you recognize that you're a gateway location, that you are a signature location that many people more and more are associating with their first view of Pontiac.
It'll essentially look like a manicured lawn.
Okay, so it will be mowed, if you will. Okay, that's helpful to know. And the lighting, what would be the hours of the lighting? Obviously, it was provided for that, and I'm not going to micromanage the hours, but I love when I'm driving northbound on Woodward at night because I work too late and I work too much, but that the lights that you have suspended, I think it looks beautiful. What will the neighbors and those passing by be seeing with the go-kart, this final section, when it comes to lighting? What's the practical outcome of that?
So any lighting that is around the track is extremely low profile, but the building will have architectural lighting.
Okay.
That's something that staff has obviously provided sort of requirements as to what they will permit and what they want to see and would not see, keeping in mind either the practicality of a facility that's going to be open in the evening hours, but also though the light is not intrusive but architecturally pleasing.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that, and I note that staff has identified that both the landscaping and the lighting does comply with our city zoning ordinance. So I'm thank you for complying. How many acres is this part of the phase?
It's about 8.5 acres.
Okay, and your entire complex is about 85 acres?
Slightly over.
Okay, so it's fair to say this is about 10% of the overall M1 footprint.
That is correct.
Okay. The viewing deck that looks over the go-kart area, what does our city's code say in terms of sort of that safety barrier that makes sure that, because on the event center you have, I think, an observation deck or something like that, and I imagine you have to have some barriers to prevent
There's a 42-inch high knee wall that will go around that deck.
What was that height?
42-inch high,
42
which is
inches.
a guardrail height.
And that is in compliance with the city's code, to your knowledge, in terms of the...
So it adds an architectural feature, but that's really a function of the Michigan Building Code, not necessarily the zoning code tonight.
Okay, fair enough. Where would be the main entrance? It's very obviously well situated with both the Woodward Avenue and South Boulevard Avenue entrance, but for circulation questions, what would be the practical impact for the entrance that would most likely be used?
The main entrance would be coming off of that. I don't have a pointer here.
Yeah. So maybe I can.
I can walk up. Is that better if I walk up there and point?
You're okay.
Well,
he'll help me.
So the main entrance for this facility will be the same as what we are now using as the main entrance, which is our entrance off Woodward Avenue, which is a gate guarded controlled. For when we require, if we have larger events, we will use the secondary South Boulevard entrance, which I think is across from Howland.
Okay, so for big events, that's sort of your like overflow entrance and exit. But Woodward Avenue is your main entrance, and that will be true for this activity center as well.
That is correct.
I know that you were frustrated with the Michigan Department of Transportation changes. The community might think that we did that road project at South Boulevard and Woodward because of M1, but in fact, they hated it. But that turnaround that now exists, now that there's a Michigan left, that does work for that, right? That it goes... or it doesn't. So it's not creating a good access point when it comes to circulation for the Woodward Avenue entrance?
No.
Okay. Is it just because they've got to like make a quick dart? Oh, no, I see. It's too south of it. I was looking for it. All right.
If I can, while you bring that up, first of all, when I arrived at M1, just over 3 years ago, I did have communication with MDOT because this was in sort of the planned stage, and I asked them about that, and that was well past any changes being made in their world. And if I can also take this opportunity that there seems to be, there are no lights between our Woodward, actually from the railroad tracks to South Boulevard on either side of Woodward Avenue at that point. And
that's obviously problematic. So
for both us and for residents
the city
right across.
overall. Yeah. So if we can make a note, if we can tag team to work with Public Works to make sure we report the light outages on Woodward Avenue.
We can address that because we were involved during that phase with MDOT. It was a battle with MDOT. They would not allow us to put that crossover where we wanted it, which was they mandated it to go in that location. It's their property. They took a portion of M1's property to make that right turn lane, and then in order to widen that boulevard, in order to get that crossover in there, that turnaround. So it was a battle, but we lost.
For the event center, you were up for many architectural awards and recognition. Did your architectural firm ultimately receive any awards for that Pontiac building?
We did. We won 2 different awards for that. We won the AIA Michigan Award and an AIA Detroit Award for that.
Congratulations. Is your goal to also try and strive for that same caliber of
That's
quality?
our goal in every project. It's a goal, but it's not always feasible, right? Because of the mandates either from the client, budgets, different things. But this is that's our goal to always try to improve the community that the project is in, whether it be for the for the owner and or the local community. So we want to be impactful. We want to have a positive impact on the lives of those that we touch. So.
Okay. My final question, and thank you for indulging me, is where is the restaurant, the addition of a restaurant from this final phase, where does that fall in relation to the event center or, excuse me, activity center? I have heard from residents in the past because when they first were, before the last few phases, there was a bit of a letdown. They were waiting for the final phases because when it first, too much fanfare was coming to the community, they're like, what gives? What happened to the conference center? What happened to the restaurant? So I am pleased that there is a follow through because that's an amenity for the community. It was promised. It was identified. So I'm pleased to see that it's following through. But can you help us understand as a community and neighbors what's the restaurant going to be about? Have you come up with a theme or a name or a type of fare? Where will that be in this site?
Yeah, I can tell you where it's going to be as far as what type of food and what type of name or anything. I'm not involved with that particular part of it, but the restaurant itself is going to be on the south end of the event center on the upper level. So you're going to be on the upper level overlooking the track and overlooking overlooking the track basically is what you're going to be seeing facing the intersection of Woodward and South Boulevard. So that corner right there that you were just pointing to.
Okay. And what's the target timeline? So when would, for example, the restaurant be open to the public if all went smoothly with construction?
Pending approval and construction time, summer of 2025.
So that'd be the goal for this whole phase.
That's exactly
including the restaurant, summer of 2025, which is approximately 15-ish, 16 months from now.
Yeah, the intention of this project is all completed at one time.
Okay, so the project's all completed at one time. Obviously, that's with the big asterisks, a lot of X factors, external factors. All right, Madam Chair, I'll stop my questioning, and thank you very much.
I think everything's been answered. I can't imagine. Tim, what are you coming up with?
I was going to say, after Mike, it covers pretty much everything. We're obviously, I think, not here tonight to discuss your past stuff. This is just focus on this, and I think the audience needs to hear that a little bit, too. I'm assuming that you've heard this also. You've heard what the audience said. You're a smart guy. I've gotten to know you. I'm sure there's plans that you're going to do, but just so everyone understands, we're here to discuss this one project. So that's all we've got in front of us.
Certainly, we have heard this, and obviously we've had some conversations leading into this. I will say, and there's a couple of residents in the audience in the 3 years that I've been here, when I have been called about a particular community problem or a question that a resident had, I think they can attest I've responded immediately.
Because I wouldn't, and this, I'm just going to say it real quick, but this is not part of this. But if I was a resident and I heard about somebody testing with the decibel meter, whether you're over or not, it doesn't matter, there's a problem. So I'm sure you're figuring out, you're hearing what's going on and you're addressing that somehow.
I understand. I'll make this comment, and I hope it doesn't get received correctly. We have had calls from City Hall about noise. The reality was at the time that they got the call, that we got the call, we were actually closed for business. So, anyway.
Understood.
I'm not saying that there's a lot that we need to talk about.
You guys have heard it. You're a smart business owner. You're a great partner to have.
Yeah.
But
We recognize.
It's great to see how you solve that.
Yeah. So we recognize we are the facility we are, and we want to be a good community partner. We need to work out how we can, work together.
And these carts are going to be purely electric, no chance of bringing in two-stroke engines or whatever else.
We are developing these carts ourselves. We have a lot invested in electric carts.
That's awesome. Good. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Sue.
It is hard to follow up from Commissioner McGinnis. I think he covered quite a bit, but I do have two questions, and I would like to ask them so they are on the record. Hours of operation for this area. What are you planning on?
For the X Center, as it's called, will probably be, could be 9 to 9. Some of the interior elements are 2 slot car tracks, simulators, driving simulators, golf simulators, multi-purpose rooms, and the restaurant. So those will probably be, we haven't decided. We are in conversations with regards to 2 potential restaurant partners. So the theme of the restaurant, whatever the fare is going to be, is still to be decided. Whether that is a restaurant partner that feels that the breakfast business is beneficial will determine whether it's an 8 o'clock start or a 9 o'clock start, or if it's lunch through dinner, whether it's then a 10 or 11 o'clock and goes still till 9 o'clock.
What about the hours of operation for the cart track?
So more than likely we'll look, so our current track operating hours are 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. and we will probably match those.
Okay. My second question is, you are under the development of this electric cart, and you call your X Center an experience center. So obviously people want to go there, they want to feel their need for speed, whatnot, and it's an experience, and you're developing this cart. I'd like to know if you plan on adding any sound effects to these carts.
No, I think the intention is to have an electric cart. For those who have driven a cart or an electric cart, there's enough sort of thrill just because of the low profile you are to the ground. So, the speeds will not be fast compared to what we know as road car, but the sensation of speed is like because you're sitting in a very low profile vehicle.
Okay. So you're saying no to additional sound effects?
Yes.
Okay. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. Christopher.
Thank you. Question, this would be for the architect. In your development, were you aware of the 65 decibel limit? Has that been factored into any of your plans?
Well, I mean, I'm just designing the buildings, so the buildings don't create decibels. So I'm not involved in the vehicles. Mm-hmm. So I did not address anything dealing with at least in this building, decibel ratings. Okay. Other than what the equipment, rooftop equipment that we have, those types of things, but that's all standard stuff.
Okay, so the behavior of the sound that's there right now has not been a part of your design in terms of how that sound is reflected, maybe amplified by
yes.
echo off of the surfaces or anything like that?
That was a consideration on the 7 buildings along Franklin Road. The intent was that those buildings would help mitigate some of that sound. Now, there is gaps between the buildings. I think there's 30 to 40 feet between some of these buildings. So that might be where the sound is penetrating the area.
Is there like an acoustic map, a projection of the sound that's going to come out, given a certain input, how these buildings will work together to either amplify or to dampen the sound?
No, there hasn't been any acoustic studies like that done, no.
So we are I guess it's established that we do have an issue with sound on the rest of the thing. But we're trying to decouple the development of this phase 7 by saying, hey, it's by itself, but its presence, we don't know how that's going to result in the movement of sound from the sources where it's generated out into the rest of the community around it. We don't have any mapping or any types of modeling on that?
No, because it varies by vehicle too, so.
Now, could sound be dampened by the material that's on buildings or something along there? Are there certain types of facades that could be put on buildings to help absorb sound and to limit its transmission? Or?
Well, yes, there are materials, but typically they're softer materials, and that would not be would not be conducive to being out exterior materials.
Okay.
Now, typically, if you look at sound barriers on roadways, those types of things, they're typically not a flat surface. So they're usually they usually have a lot of ribs in them or different levels to help keep the sound from bouncing as much. So it's a refractive thing.
Yeah. The reason I asked, earlier I asked the question of Mr. McIntyre. I says, does that sound differ in different locations around the site? And sound is a funny thing. You get these waves coming out, and the waves you'll have the interference, and you can sometimes have the wave, the effective energy be negated, or you can sometimes have that effective energy as the waves overlap each other getting higher. Now, that's about all I remember from my early physics. But I'm looking at these buildings, and I think someone used the word earlier, echo. And I know we're trying to decouple Site 7 from what's happening on the rest of the area, but I'm not sure that we really can unless we do some modeling about inputs and expected outputs, because we have the residents saying, please help us. And as far as I know, we don't even have any conditions as part of your presentation about handling sound in writing. We do have some things that are coming to us in terms of verbal conditions, but I hate to admit it, but back in 2014, I accepted verbal conditions that if there were any problems with M1, it would be handled by M1, and that there are going to be all types of different tools and things. I think one of the ladies alluded to it in terms of being some types of sound barriers or something, but that was all verbal. And I'm just saying that there's an established issue here, and in terms of your application, I have not seen anything which speaks to any conditions to even saying that the sound would be considered. Correct. Even though I'm hearing verbally, there's acknowledgement that there are problems and it has to be looked into. So, and now we're putting in another item, another structure. Does it absorb? Or does it act like a megaphone? I don't know.
If I could address it.
Excuse me, can I ask one quick question? I don't mean to interrupt, but I'm going to pivot to staff because we had touched on this earlier tonight about the sound when there's a site plan to meet whatever requirements that are there or not there as part of their approval process. Is that something that can be touched on here?
I know. As part of the review for this site plan, staff does not, in its opinion, with the electric cars, if it was a different source, we would take what we could to have sound mitigation as we do any site plan, any rezoning of impact to that neighborhood. But just looking at the electric go-karts and the mitigation, we did not feel that it required a sound study. And again, we just taking a look at the technology and the use. Staff is aware of a lot of different has witnessed a lot of different electric vehicles that produce almost no sound. Sometimes it's scary because you see car vehicles like a Tesla. There's other ones, but you don't even know it's running, and it's not producing any sound. So for that reason, we did not request of the applicant for this application a sound study.
And if I may add, so the zoning ordinance requirement is no greater than 65 decibels at the property line. When it comes to site plan review, The way we enforce that is exactly what was identified in the conditions during my presentation, that we need a statement on the site plans written by the applicant, something that can be held up in court later, saying we will not exceed the decibel limit. And so that is how, at the site plan review stage, we enforce that section of the ordinance. Moving forward, it becomes a code enforcement issue to make sure that the applicant is held to that requirement.
Thank you.
Oh, that's intriguing. If I can continue, that's intriguing. Was there that commitment given that that the 65 decibel limit would be met? I haven't seen that.
So again, it's one of the conditions staff has recommended to the Planning Commission that as a condition of approval, they have to add that statement to the plans. It was identified in my analysis as a zoning ordinance deficiency that has to be addressed.
So going forward with this, what are we calling it? Series 7? Phase 7 improvement, there's going to be a statement that 65 decibels, the sound level will not exceed 65 decibels for the residents that surround M1?
Well,
I'm pulling it up.
Yeah, there's.
Where was it?
And while he's pulling that up, I just want to mention special events in the municipal code are exempt. The approved special events are exempt from the noise ordinance, but this does apply to any other time. So this. Yep.
So if you look at number 4, a statement should be added to the plans that there will be no airborne emissions, odors, gases, noises, vibrations, electrical disturbances, glare, or liquid waste impacting neighboring properties.
And that statement will be added to the plans per the staff's request.
Now, no airborne emission.
And that comes from the code.
Vibrations. Let me ask our legal people. Does that say that anywhere around M1 we will not exceed 65 decibels?
So the zoning ordinance has a requirement for noise, and all parcels in the city are subject to the noise ordinance. Whether or not the parcels comply with that noise ordinance is a question for code enforcement. So even without that statement on the plans, M1 and all other parcels in this property or parcels in this city are subject to the noise ordinance, regardless of what the site plans say. As far as special events, the language of our special event ordinance states specifically that any approved special events through the city are exempt. That is one of the only exceptions. There are a couple of others. But if you don't meet those exceptions, then you are subject to the noise ordinance no matter what. So M1, regardless of what the site plans say, is subject to the noise ordinance.
Now, let me ask you, how does M1 intend to ensure it meets our noise ordinance, our zoning ordinance? Because I would think that would be, not only would we have just that item there, but we would ask for our applicant to say, okay, you're going to tell me you're going to do it. How are you going to do it?
Well, if I could, Member Northcross, with all due respect, it goes, I think, to exactly what the city's attorney just said. There's approval criteria that we have here today, and there's enforcement mechanisms. The city has an enforcement code. It has limitations. If it finds a violation, it has the means to enforce that and to abate that, what they call a nuisance, to abate that nuisance. Now, for your site plan criteria in your ordinance, especially in a situation where your own staff has determined that this is a zero sound output addition to this property, there is no it's proving a negative. You know, there's no sound study to be submitted on a operation that creates no sound. Now, we have concerns and we have complaints and we hear them from neighbors, but they do not pertain to what's before the Planning Commission here tonight. I understand that it's all part of one company, but the attorney made the appropriate distinction here that, and before I even say that, she made the distinction that between enforcement and approval, but we also said here on the record tonight that sitting here tonight, there is not one single enforcement action, not one citation, not one official warning that's even been issued to M1. So to elevate the standard for this straightforward site plan approval based on the public comments and concerns is, I understand the sentiment, but under your zoning ordinance and under Michigan law, it's not procedurally proper. So we remain open to addressing and discussing these issues with the city as it pertains to the previously approved and developed portions of the property. But for tonight, for the call of the question here tonight, we'd ask the Planning Commission to follow the city attorney's guidance and to look at the sole issue of this Planning Commission and whether of the site plan and whether or not the materials that were submitted meet the standards of approval and contain all of the required information. And the staff has concluded after looking for several months at these materials that they meet all of those standards and they provide all of that information. So respectfully, we would ask for a vote here tonight for approval subject to any reasonable conditions that the staff recommends, and we would of course comply with them.
It sounds like a big portion of this is resting on our planning manager. Question. In your opinion, did you consider reflective sound? How the buildings will disrupt the sound, the propagation of sound into the surrounding neighborhoods?
No.
Even though it's not generating it, it's still reflecting it.
We did not, because we were not focused on, we were not analyzing any sound that was being generated from this site. And so, and along with what the applicant has stated, there really is not a viable facade material that is weather resistant, particularly in, in Michigan's Four Seasons, that would be suitable for this location. Other parts of the country may be a little bit more suitable. But because we were focused on the sound for Phase 7 and Phase 7 only in our review, we were not looking at alternative materials that would reflect the sound.
Mm-hmm.
And I should add, this would be no different to the call of this question than imagine my client M1 only owned this triangle and didn't own what was going on with the rest of M1, and certainly doesn't obviously own what goes on Woodward. If we were just developing this parcel and building a building, this Planning Commission would be here tonight looking at the dimensions of the building, the setbacks, any noise going to be generated by the operations. It would not be looking at whether the simple construction of our building would amplify sound from the neighbor or from the roads to the right. And that doesn't change here simply because the applicant owns the parcels to the west.
I guess I'm of the opinion that if we know better, we ought to do better. That design is an iterative process. And we've gone through an iteration, and we're seeing that the design, while it has a number of wonderful features in it, it does have, for the residents, a fatal flaw. And that's been documented.
What is the flaw with the design that's here tonight? There's a fatal flaw?
We don't know.
But
we know that
the staff has looked at it and determined that there are no flaws in the design.
The propagation of noise
has been determined that there will be no noise from this development, Member Northcross.
Okay.
We need to make sure that there's order in the chambers.
please.
There should
Thank
not
you.
be any back and forth. There was an opportunity for public comment, but it's not appropriate for the audience to continue speaking. The question should be between the Planning Commission and the applicant, and frankly, there shouldn't be so much back and forth. It should be one question, one answer, just to keep order in this hearing. Thank you.
So there is an issue from the residents, and if we look further down in one of the zoning ordinances, I believe it's Chapter 7, 4.704, I think it's down in E, where it even talks about if there are vibrations or anything that are objectionable, even though it may be below the decibel limits, it will be taken care of.
Understood. But,
yes.
But it's an I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
So, I mean, we have something that we have the statement from our community that this is objectionable, okay? Yet we don't have any conditions other than that one, I'm not even sure that's really a condition. That's saying that, hey, let me run over you first, and then we'll take care of it. I mean, that's what it is like to me. And we already know that we're being run over.
May I make a statement here as chair? I think your points are heard. I think our applicants have heard what you've asked.
Okay.
I don't think that there can be anything more that's not been said at this point. So with the information you have and what they've been able to provide and respond to you with, I think we need to get off of that point so we can move through this and get a motion made. And then we can decide as a body if we're going to allow this or not.
Okay. And I thank you, and I just want to make the last point.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And your point's important. We want to hear what your thoughts are.
Yes, we do have the residents who are giving us a very strong signal.
Yes, we've heard them. Yep, and we're talking with them. We've already addressed all that. So
and that we have not reacted to that signal.
Not until
up to this
tonight.
point.
We've taken steps. We had our code enforcement person front and center. We're working on it, but we can't fix it tonight. We need to address the site plan tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Sam.
Well, I won't beat a dead horse. I'll be quick about this. I have a question for the architect. So there's the noted deficiency for the first floor transparency on the facade. I'm just curious how you're planning to meet that requirement of 40%, or if you're going to seek a variance to keep it as is.
No, I think I've got all the calculations here. Corey, I was going to hand those to you tonight, so all the calculations are here. So we have on the, there's another elevation that, because we face 3 streets, basically we have Concourse 1, which is the internal street, we have Woodward Avenue, and we have South Boulevard. My discussion with planning is that we could pick whichever side we want to be the front yard, because we have 3 front-facing facades, or we have 3 streets. So if you look at the side that is facing the track, there is a section that is all perforated panels, so it's translucent through there. You can see through that section. Okay. It's more than 40%.
Similar to the decals you see on buses, that kind of thing?
Well, it's it's a little bit different than that, but it's similar.
Okay.
It's not a. Those are typically vinyl. This is a metal panel that has got perforations in it.
Okay, thank you. Well, since our scope of review is on Phase 7 and Phase 7 only, that's all I have.
I have no questions. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for bringing all of this to us tonight so we can consider another potentially beautiful project at M1. So I am ready for a motion.
I may. Sure. I reserved some of my comments because I thought we were just going to do the introduction, so if I can add them now.
Okay.
Okay, and I will be quick, and I know we're not beating a dead horse, but I'm going to beat a dead horse just a little bit. And I just want to say that I love expansion. I love what you're doing. And oh, by the way, Mike, I'm in 2600 West Big Beaver also. Same building, so I'll come find you. But I just want to give an example. We have our friends from Trademark here, and they don't have neighborhood full of people contesting them because they've been excellent and community involved. And I just have to use them as an example. And the reason we're so gung-ho for their expansion is because of what they've done in the past. And I know we're not supposed to hold you accountable for that, but it says a lot. And yeah, I just couldn't in good faith right now support it. Not right now, but I would love to based on the community, because I know you're a community person and I know you care. And so for 10 years, they've been complaining, and that says something.
Okay, thank you. So I need a motion, please. unless someone else has something they want to say. But I think we said it all.
Is the motion to table this under consideration?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
There's the three options right up there: approve,
Okay.
deny, postpone.
I make a motion to postpone the requested site plan for an outdoor and indoor recreation at 43159 Wilbur Avenue until the regularly scheduled
May
meet-
1st.
May
or
1st.
Until May 1st.
Support.
Okay, let's do a vote.
1 second. Oh,
Staff's request for this is, can the motioner or the seconder state why they're requesting the postponement, just to assist staff and the applicant of the reason?
I can tell you exactly why I feel like I made the motion is because I would like to see some improvement on the neighborhood currently. And I know it's not about this site plan, but that's what I'd like to see.
Okay, thank you for that.
Okay. Commissioner Duval.
Yes, to approve the postponement.
Commissioner Sinclair.
Yes, to approve.
Commissioner McGinnis.
No.
Commissioner Northcross.
In answer to your one question, I'm going to vote. I'd like to see noise elevated in terms of our checklist. For that reason, I think we can do better in our checklist and also with our applicants to make sure we don't lead them down the garden path in the future. So for that reason, I'm going to vote to postpone.
Commissioner Shepard.
No.
Commissioner Parlov.
No.
All right, 3-3, motion fails.
Henley.
Oh, sorry, Henley. My bad.
I think due to the overwhelming testimony from local residents, yes to postpone.
All right, 4-3, motion passes.
Okay. Thank you very much. We will see our group here in May. Our next item
So
is...
Chair, if I can ask for a mini recess just for everyone to leave, and if Planning Commission
Absolutely.
needs any more.
5
needs any
minutes. We'll see you here in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Let's save it and let's do digitally, just so we're not conflating the two. Yeah, and I think we're going to reach out on what the next steps are, so. Corey, these are the updated printouts. Do you want them with the calculations for next month?
This is sight lines here.
Yeah.
So you gave me the three different spots, and 3 different views of what you see from those locations, and then this is all the different colors of the different.
All right, we are going to keep on rolling here. I'm going to ask that we start to discuss our application SPR 23-022. Applicant Salah Habo. It's a site plan review for 1220 North Perry. The request is to expand a convenience store.
Did we do a motion to recess?
I don't think we did. I think
No, we just said we're going to wait a minute.
Nope.
Perfect. All right, so this is the application. This is an expansion to a convenience store, and I will get into it. It's in the C1 zoning district at 1220 North Perry. The site is just over 4/10 of an acre. The applicant is proposing retail sales, which is a packaged alcohol beverage, the way our zoning code describes it, an additional tenant space at this location. The applicant has owned and operated the Trademark Liquor Store for the past 12 years. The building was recently demolished due to a fire, and the applicant is applying to rebuild the liquor store and add multiple tenant spaces. Because the liquor store square footage is staying the same, there is no special exception. Had that been an expansion, there would be a second application tonight. The site plans indicate a single building comprised of multiple tenant spaces with a total area of 4,724 square feet designated for the liquor store and 3,060 square feet for the retail space. The site currently exists across 2 parcels, and this will need to be combined prior to staff's final site plan approval. Completion of this combination is a condition of approval. There are a few zoning compliance issues with the site plans that must be addressed. Here's the location map of just showing where this is at along Perry Street, and the cross street is Madison Avenue, right here, and this is the location. This is the zoning map showing the C1 parcels, and then as you notice on the Perry Street corridor, there's a bunch of C1 and C3 zoning districts, but there are residential zone properties to the east and to the south, and then residential properties across the street on Perry. This is the location of the site plan. I know this is kind of difficult to see, but here is the liquor store right here. This is the expansion down here. There are diagonal parking spaces along Perry, and then there are some additional parking spaces up here. The applicant is also proposing landscaping, and there's going to be a little bit of a separation. This is a good thing for the neighboring property where there is I think that's just a little taco restaurant. I apologize, I don't know the name of that. So the proposed facade is up here. The facade meets the proposed transparency requirement. The materials include a split-face CMU, which is also known as a concrete masonry block, wood wall panels, metal coping, and metal canopies. Mechanical equipment is not visible from the street. There are a few zoning compliance concerns. The proposed development extends across 2 parcels. We've talked about that. A berm is not required within the zoning ordinance for this use. However, a type A buffer is required, including a 4.5 to 6 foot wall. Staff is recommending a 6 foot wall with 2 trees for every 100 feet of frontage. Photometric plans do not appear to be provided, which is typical for a preliminary site plan, but they should be provided as part of the final site plan review to show brightness no greater than 10 foot candles anywhere on the property. 1 foot candle at the right-of-way and 1/2 foot candle at property lines, and this is a standard approval. Looking at the standards of approval for a site plan, the circulation, the parking lot has appropriate maneuvering lane width and can accommodate traffic well. There are internal sidewalks for pedestrian traffic. The buildings do not present a hazard to neighboring property owners or traffic. They really meet our frontage requirements for facades, and the plans are compliant with the required setbacks. There are no natural features in the site necessitating protection. The applicant is proposing the addition of several trees. As mentioned, the applicant will need to provide that type A buffer, and there are a few things with the site plan to comply with the zoning ordinance, as I've mentioned before. One of the additional things from the fire that I did want to mention, though, is as part of this process, they did not fully remove the rubble, and so there actually is a court date between the owner and the city, and so I just want to address that in one of the conditions up here. Unfortunately, the demolition contractor just did not do everything that he needed to do, or they needed to do. So staff's approval of this site plan, recommendation of approval is for 4 conditions. Number 1, a 6-foot masonry wall should be provided where the property is adjacent to residentially zoned parcels. Again, number 2, the photometrics shall be provided in compliance with section 4.501. Number 3, both parcels must be combined before issuance of a final site plan. And number 4, the applicant shall comply with the City of Pontiac Municipal Code and all demolition requirements no later than April 30th, 2024. I would like to pass this off to Senior Planner Corey Christensen. He is really, along with Justin Curry from our office, shepherded this. If there's anything I have missed that you would like to add.
No, I mean, that was the presentation I put together. Thank you for handling it. That was pretty much everything I wanted to say. I just wanted to point out, like, I've worked back and forth with the applicant quite a bit. They were at this body, I believe, 2 months ago. They did take a meeting off to handle some of the issues, but their architect and them have been very responsive, trying to come into compliance with all the requirements.
All right, then why don't we, let's make this more efficient. Why don't we have our applicant approach the podium, state your name and address for the record, and if our staff has any questions for you, I'm sorry, our commissioners have some questions they can ask you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Salim Jiddu. I am the project manager for Mr. Habbu. I have a question. We can comply in everything, but the demolition requirement, nobody issued something. What's the needed for the demolition to be completed? Except there is the backfilling, which because there is construction, maybe we can postpone the backfilling because we will be excavating after the site plan is approved.
If that's your only question, I can answer that, but if you have anything more to address to the commission, why don't you do that, and then I can address that afterwards.
Yeah, we will be complying with everything required here, but I mean, for the, so the other thing, both parcels must be combined, and Mr. Sam is telling me that they are combined already. Did you combine the lots?
Yeah. No, was Corey and
I'll do some research to see what happened, but as of this morning, when I looked on the Oakland County Parcel Plus website, it's still separate parcels.
We can do it. We can comply with everything, but the last one, that's something I want some explanation. What do you want us to do?
So my understanding about this process, and I don't know if Mr. McIntyre can speak to this, is that the rubble really was not removed, and so really it's ensuring compliance with the demolition permit, that there is safety from the site. Now, I have not been out to the site the last couple weeks, but I have seen photos of just kind of the rubble that was remaining there. Mr. McIntyre, is there anything else to add, at least for Planning Commission and the applicant, related to this condition?
Yeah, what I would say is when you pull a demo permit, you have to finish it to completion. So the earth needs to be brought back to the original state as if you weren't going to be building something new, and then you can build something new. You don't leave it partially not complied, and even if you've got an expansion going on or a rebuild. We have gotten a lot of calls. We've been out there. We've made attempts to get a hold of the applicant to make sure that that gets finalized. I know there was some issue with a truck that was connected with a demolition company hauling things out of there, but I believe that's been resolved. So, but to answer your question very briefly, a permit should be finalized, even a demo permit before a new expansion should occur or new building.
I would share this requirement with your demo contractor just to expedite this.
Yeah, I think we have the open hole approved. So the only thing left is we took all the debris out of the site and we hold them legally. And the only thing, I talked to the contractor that was doing the demolition, and he called the city. And we have, for the safety, we have the fence all around the excavated area. I don't think there's any other violation at this time.
The building department from the city, unfortunately, they're not here tonight, but they would be able to.
Yeah, I can visit them also.
Yeah, absolutely. But if once you comply with them, that complies with this ordinance. It sounds like you're on your way with
I'll
that.
visit the building department and get this
Absolutely.
resolved.
Is there anything else you would like to add about your project? Anything else you'd like to share with us?
I think we can comply with everything that the planning commission wants and to move on and accept the site plan.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any questions for Nita?
I do not. I was impressed with the last presentation you made, so I'm just waiting for it to be built. I used to go to that store all the time, didn't I?
That's it. Thank you. Michael, anything?
None at this time.
Thank you. Sam? Or Tim?
No comments right now.
Okay, thanks. Sue, anything?
No comments.
Thank you. Christopher?
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Sam, anything?
No comments.
The only question I have is actually for staff. The only question that I have is regarding what is outstanding. Are you comfortable with us proceeding with things not being resolved at the site?
Review with the city, and I'm saying with multiple departments, we are okay with this condition of approval being placed on there
Okay.
for this moving forward.
Okay, I defer to you because you have more experience than
And
we
this
do.
would expedite a court request, so, this kind of helps in our arsenal, but we want to see this project move forward as well.
Okay,
Okay.
great. Well, then if there aren't any other questions, do we need to vote here, right? I'm going to need a motion, please.
I move to approve the requested site plan for retail sales at 1200 North Perry Street based on...
Microphone.
The microphone went out.
Batteries.
So that everyone knows, the system, for some reason, only allows 3 on at a time. So if someone leaves the microphone on and isn't going to use it, and somebody then presses 1 while someone else is talking, it's going to cut that person out.
Okay. Motion to approve. I move to approve the requested site plan for retail sales at 1220 North Perry Street based on the finding of fact identified in the staff report with the 3, I thought there were 3, were there 4? 3 conditions outlined in the staff report.
4, if you could do.
With the 4 conditions outlined in the staff report.
I support.
All right, we're ready for a roll call whenever you are ready.
Commissioner McGinnis.
Yes to approve.
Commissioner Shepard.
Yes to approve.
Commissioner Henley.
Yes to approve.
Commissioner Duval.
Yes to approve.
Commissioner Sinclair.
Yes to approve.
Commissioner Northcross.
Yes to approve.
Commissioner Parlov.
Yes to approve.
Motion passes.
Congratulations. Good luck.
Thank you. You have a good night.
Thank you. You as well. All right, so our last item on our agenda is regarded as new business. It's application SPR 24-008. It's an informational session tonight. The applicant is Ali Saad. It's a site plan review for 1375 Baldwin Avenue. It will be a new build automotive services, which is a car wash at that location.
All right, so yes, the applicant is requesting a site plan approval for automotive services. It is a car wash and a tire shop. Oil change, I'm so sorry. So there is going to be actual car service work being done on site. For those reasons, this will be a special exception permit. When the applicant comes back next month, you will have both the special exception and the site plan decision before you. Today is just informational, though. As always, the informational session is an opportunity for the Planning Commission to understand the proposal and to provide feedback to the applicant. We ask that the applicant resubmit by April 10th in order to make it on the May 1st meeting for a decision from this body. As an overview, the applicant is proposing to remove the existing structure on site and build a new car wash and oil change facility. The proposed building is 7,401 square feet. It will include 35 parking spaces, a stacking lane for the car wash, and spaces for manual vacuuming. The applicant will need to combine parcels, and approval of this combination should be a condition of approval. The applicant will also need to receive a special exception permit, as I already explained. This gives you an idea of what the site looks like, or it looked like in October of 2021. You can see it's actually two parcels. The splitting line is kind of between here, following the building. To the left, it's open space. It looks like there was some seating out there for the restaurant, but primarily the parcel is vacant, undeveloped. To the north, it is developed. There's an existing restaurant. This is a view from the side street looking towards Baldwin Avenue. So you can see what I wanted to kind of show with these is there are residences behind these trees and over here to the sides, but they're tucked away pretty well. And then looking from this angle, you can see it's a commercial corridor. This gives you an idea of where it's located. We have Walton Boulevard up here. We have Baldwin here. I think you're all pretty familiar with the area. It's these two parcels right here composing this entire block. This is where it sits in terms of the zoning map. It's well within normal development for the area. It's a C3 zone district. That's that deeper red. And then the pink is C1. And as always, it's nestled in a sea of R1. Here is the site plan as presented by the applicant. The car wash is right here. Cars will move this way. They'll stack over here, enter the car wash here, and then exit. Over here, we have the oil change. Cars will enter here and then exit this way. We have parking along the perimeter of the property and a dumpster there. In terms of the facade, the percent transparency of the facade is not identified on the plans. I'll need those numbers in order to determine compliance. Same for the materials. The materials appear to be compliant. The applicant's proposing brick and aluminum composite. I just need the numbers of what the percent coverage is. And then I need verification, and this can come in the form of a statement on the plans, but we need verification that no mechanical equipment will be seen. The requirement is any point 8 feet above the center line of an adjacent road, you should not be able to see any mechanical equipment. There are a few zoning compliance concerns at this point. This is just info session, so that's rather typical, but I'll go through them. Parcels must be combined to comply with the setbacks. Calculations on the percent of facade, as I've already touched on, need to be provided. A type B buffer is required along the west property line where adjacent to residential property. A type B buffer can either be 5 feet wide with a 4.5 to 6 foot tall masonry wall, or 10 feet wide with landscaping. Off-street parking area must be buffered from the right-of-way by 8 feet. With landscaping, there must be 1 tree for each 30 lineal feet of frontage. In addition, please indicate where barrier-free parking spaces will be located. They are required to be the parking spaces closest to the door. 6, please indicate what color the stripes will be painted. The ordinance requires either yellow or white. Our preference is yellow. Maintenance details for the landscaping should be provided. Exterior lighting details, including shielding, intensity, and details on the type of fixture must be provided. Details on stormwater pre-treatment, since this is an oil change facility, must be provided. That part can be handled during the final site plan stage. We have those reviewed by our city engineer. And the same for number 10. Details on any hazardous substances on site and management procedures must be submitted as part of the site plan review for approval from the fire marshal. Again, we handle that at the final site plan stage. And standards of approval, I didn't do an analysis. These are just the standards. So as always, circulation, buildings, natural features, site layout and screening, and compliance with the zoning ordinance must be considered. And with that, staff's recommendation is the Planning Commission consider and review this application and provide feedback to the applicant. The applicant shall revise their plans and resubmit by, that should be 10th, April 10th, to be on the May 1st Planning Commission agenda.
Thank you, Corey. I think one of the things for informational session is really reviewing the architecture, reviewing the layout. In order to, they need to put that 5-foot buffer on the west, I think is it the west side of the property adjacent to the residential. You know, staff has a little bit of concern because they are required to have 8 queuing spaces for the car wash. By code, those 8 spaces cannot block the parking spaces. So they're showing, you know, 22, 23 cars there that are queuing up for a car wash at peak demand. And, you know, there's a little bit, it's not a code concern, but it's a little bit of a concern. But really, that's really, I wanted to point that out from a staff level, just if that was something that maybe the applicant should consider a slight redesign or reorientation of the parking lot. Some of the other things were more minor and architectural and other features. But I think just talking about the layout may be an important point tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Vernita, do you have any questions on this?
I do not.
Michael?
That's good.
No.
Tim?
No questions at this time.
Thank you. Sue?
No questions at this time.
All right. Christopher?
Just a question about the vacuuming stalls. Once the cars get in, do they have to back out? Just looking at, and maybe it's the scaling and everything, but it looks like, you know, they're angled in, and I'm just wondering if there's enough room that if you do have all these cars queued up, you really got a great operation going there. Those cars to try and get out, do they have to back out to get out once they do the vacuuming?
No. So you see the corner.
Can you come up to the podium, please, and turn the microphone on
That
as well,
was the only
please?
thing I saw. I was just wondering if there was enough room there.
Could you please state your name and address for the record? Thank you.
Please turn the microphone on, sorry.
Ali Arsad. Good evening, all. Your answer is to the corner, all the way up. There's a exit right over there. Yes, escape lane is where they can exit out of, so they don't have to back out.
If I may, I think the commissioners discussed or asking about these spaces, if when they're finished vacuuming, if they'll have to back up into the stacking lane.
Yes, they would.
Huh? Okay. I mean, I was just wondering how that worked. I mean, I was just wondering, maybe you could, I know it sounds crazy, but maybe, I wouldn't deny it for that reason, but I was just wondering, maybe you want to move the building down a little bit to the south. And that way you would have, seems like you got a lot of space on the south side of the building. I was just curious as to had that.
We do, but we're going to leave that space for future development later down the road.
Okay.
But we do have the escape exit right over there in the corner.
Okay, so they would
And
back
most
out.
of our, sorry to cut you off, but most of our customers that are coming in, they're going to have vacuum included, so they can either do it, I mean, you know, after the wash, but we're going to include that with the car wash package.
Okay. Well, there's one car wash that I've gone to that they have a similar setup, and sometimes as I'm driving in, I see people backing out from, and it looks a little awkward. But I mean, it works.
We're not backing out.
Not backing completely out, just backing into.
Into the. Yes, they're just going to back out a couple feet and then go up to the escape lane. So they're not going to completely back out to, you know, Baldwin.
Okay. That ends my question. I was just looking at that saying, I wonder how that works.
That was one of the concerns that, you know, we questioned as well. That's why we made the escape lane.
Oh, one other question. About how much noise do you think this will generate?
Are you referring to the, it's not going to be as much noise as M1, I'll tell you that. But the vacuums are going to be very quiet.
It'll probably be enclosed?
The vacuums?
Yeah. And the, are you going to have like drying blowers on the end and that whole sort of thing?
We are, but they're all up-to-date equipment. I mean, we're going to get the state-of-the-art equipment. So, I mean...
And your manufacturer will probably be able to give you some understanding of the decibel levels.
We requested, you know, something that's not going to be too noisy. We understand, you know, the residents around us have to be comfortable too. So we're going to get it as, you know, efficient and quiet as we possibly can.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for thinking of Pontiac. I think you got a good location there.
Thank you. We do too. I mean, we purchased this property last year, and we've been working a lot on this project, and we're just very excited to be part of the community and hopefully, grow with you guys, and we can make this a landmark. I know the old Rocket was there for years, and everybody knew the great food over there.
Burger.
Yeah, right, the Monster Burger. So we want this definitely to be on the map of Pontiac and bring everybody in, and we just want to service vehicles and get people's needs done. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Sam, anything?
No comments.
Okay, thank you. You know what? It's too bad you can't somehow use some of that facade of the building because it's such classic architecture from that vintage. If you drove your cars through there to get it washed, it'd be very unique.
Oh, yeah, right.
I know you can't, but I was looking at your overall site plan earlier today, and you had mentioned that you're thinking about doing some future development on the southern part of the parcel. Do you have a thought now what it might be?
We thought about just having a service building over there and doing repairs, but we're gonna hold off on that.
Okay.
We're gonna see how this works out, and whatever need we think we need, we'll go ahead with that. We'll hear customers' comments and what they think would be good over there, and
that makes
we'll hear everybody out and figure that out. So we actually we did have another building over there, but we took it off the plans because with everything going on and electric cars, and you never know, we might have a charging station for all
for all the people working
for all
at
the
the
people,
GM plant,
exactly,
right
going
over
back
on-
and forth. So we'll be servicing electric cars maybe in the future. We don't know, but
Yeah.
we're going to keep that space empty for now.
That sounds like a good idea. And just to follow up with what Mr. Northcross had said about the cars that need to back out once they vacuumed their vehicles.
Yes.
It's a snug back out, and not everyone is the best at backing out if there's cars behind them. If they choose to leave after they vacuum, they're going to have to cut across cars that are queuing up for the car wash. So just a little bit to think about there.
So we're going to have a couple employees over there, guiding customers in. So, I mean, we already kind of have it in mind on how we're going to direct traffic. So,
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, we don't have to make any decisions tonight, but that was the only thing that Christopher brought up that I agree with his observation. It's something to think about. Yes.
I just want to flag that to one of the commissioner's questions. It's very legitimate in terms of the subjective precedents that we have invoked about noise prospectively. I just want us to consider how we're fairly applying that if we are going to invoke that prospectively, because it's a valid question. If it's going to be a part of that rubric, then there needs to be a tangible, concrete way that it is a part of the rubric. Because thinking about 2014 or 2015, bring that to today, not knowing yet how that would manifest with noise infringement on those that surround it. I don't have any strong pause or concerns, but I'm just saying if we're going to be consistent, we've got to consider the implications of that.
Thank you for that. And I would pivot to our attorney and paraphrase or repeat what she said. I would anticipate that falls under code for volume, sound.
Yeah, that's correct.
Decibels. Thank you.
So the noise ordinance, which is there's one in the zoning ordinance and also part of the municipal code, is applicable to every single parcel within the city of Pontiac. So it would be applicable to this site as well. I suppose that's all I have to say on the subject.
Thank you.
There is a wall, a 6-foot wall. I mean, we can go as high as 10 feet if we have to. But where the side that the car wash is at, that's actually the industrial area side. And then the other side is residential. That's why we kind of, we kept that empty.
Are you saying you'd put a wall on the north side of your property by
We
the
haven't put a
vacuums?
wall. There's an existing wall.
On that side? There's no wall there.
On the west side.
Yeah, not on the north side. But that's where the sound would come from, would be the vacuums on the north side.
Right, but that side is industrial area.
Across the street from it?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, go ahead, Sue.
I'm sorry, I do have a couple comments. On Princeton Avenue, you've got like 2 houses that are basically parallel to your site. And you have 21 parking spots right up against the property line. When people pull in there, that's going to shine directly into people's homes.
We're gonna have a wall. Yeah. We're gonna have like a
On
screen- go ahead.
Princeton.
So she's talking about the parking spaces at the very bottom, and the lights would shine across the street.
David Allen, Sketch Design Group, we're the planners for this project. We can put a buffer there, a screen wall. It doesn't have to be as high as the wall on the west side of the property, but it can be like a 3-foot wall just to kind of to buffer any type of glare or lighting, if that's permissible.
Okay. My other question is, or more so a comment. I understand that you want to keep the space down here for potentially future development. I see a little problem with that. I don't know about you, but when I get my car washed, I'm sure it's going to come out looking really nice and clean. And I see people pulling over here, down here, hanging out, armor alling their tires. That's a large space there. That's like, that open area is 20,000 square feet. I just see that potentially being a problem for loitering. Those are my comments. And one more, I'm sorry, I know it's late. You've got 3 entrances on Baldwin. Any consideration to going down to 2? I know that a couple of those are existing, or all 3 are existing. Any consideration to that?
If it needs to go down to 2, we could do that. We generally just showed it this way because that's the way it's existing right now.
Right.
And if there's any type of future development, we're trying to give each development its own entrance and exit.
The reason why I bring that up is we're having issues. We have issues on Huron, and one of the problems with that is the amount of driveways that are on Huron. And when I see 3 driveways on this site, that kind of gives me some pause for concern. Those were my comments. Thank you.
Sue, to answer your question about people,
Loitering?
That part is going to be all grass. So we had put spaces there, but right now it's currently grass. So they're not going to be able to just sit around on the grass and loiter.
So your intent is to do that, asphalt that later on?
I don't think we have it on plan that we're going to asphalt it, right?
No, it's grass.
It's just grass right now. We're going to keep it grass.
It's not. We're not developing that portion at all.
Yeah, but I see what she's talking about because the car spaces. We should have never.
I should have took it off.
We should have took it off because that's where she's
That'll be
confused at. That's going to be removed. Sorry
Okay,
about that.
So you do see my concern?
Yes, no, 100%.
Okay,
Yep.
Thank
And
you very
It's going to be grass until we do a new development over there.
okay. Thank you very much, and
You're
I
welcome.
appreciate your patience tonight.
Anytime.
Thank you.
Comment as well.
Did you have something else, Christopher? Someone else had a question. Who did I miss?
I do want to say, thank you for waiting. Your
You're welcome.
perseverance will be rewarded in heaven and in Pontiac.
And if I could add, just for the applicants, we will get in touch with you because as part of a special exception, that same sign for special exception will need to be posted. So we will be providing it to you over the next week, and it would need to be posted 15 days before the Planning Commission hearing. So,
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all as well.
Have a good night.
All right, so we are winding down here. We are now at staff communications. Staff, what say you?
I don't think we have much to say. I will say that we will be reviewing Planning Commission items, and I know based on what's happened this evening, there may be considerations for a special meeting in May, just so we don't have 5 hours in one night. So we will be in touch maybe in about a week and a half, just to see where these applications are, if we would like to go that route. So,
Thank you. So our next meeting is May 1st, Wednesday, May 1st. And Christopher, yes, you have something. Go ahead.
Yeah, are there any, do you know of any maybe fairly simple, straightforward modeling packages that could be used to predict propagation of sound? You know, make some assumptions in there and some things like that.
not at this time without hiring a consultant.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Okay. That's a problem because, yeah, you kind of hate to wait until people have committed the crime if you could help them prevent the crime from occurring. Okay, thank you.
All right. Go ahead, Michael.
Just wanted to update this commission. You had voted to recommend the approval of a rezoning at 45222 Woodward Avenue, the former Evola Music, from manufacturing to corridor commercial. And at the city council meeting this week, at the second reading, that was voted and approved. So that rezoning was approved, and that's that.
And
There's obviously other planning-related items that are under consideration. We did vote was it last night? It's also surreal.
Yeah.
We were there at almost midnight. That we voted to send back to Planning Commission specifically about caregivers of medical marijuana per advice of the city's legal counsel. So that'll be coming back. So that way there's a new public hearing based on considerations that they felt that needed to go through the process again. So
And
you'll find out more when that comes, but that was the other planning specific item we voted on.
Commissioner McGinnis, I don't mean to jump on you, but also Contour Windows also was approved by City Council rezoning. We have received a site plan application. You will be seeing that in May at either at the May 1st
Windows?
or a special. Yep, exactly.
good deal.
So,
Very good. Anybody else?
Happy birthday, Mom. Happy birthday to Tom.
Thank you. Happy birthday you had. Yes, Sue, go ahead.
One comment. It was nice to see on Telegraph the Troy Laser and Fab. It looks like they're getting going and working on the site. Yeah, it was good to see. And Mike, bifurcate. I just had to say that. Thank you.
All right, then I'm looking for a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
All right,
Did you make
support?
it, Sam? I'll make the motion to adjourn.
And support?
Support.
All in favor? Aye. Great, thank you.